Buenos días.
Good morning. Good morning, Executive Secretary Alicia. How are you? Yes, good morning. Here we are, very pleased to be here. Thank you. Director Jean, I see
Recording
you.
in progress.
You are connected? That's perfect. Director Claudia. Director Pablo, you're also connected? I see. Yes, Pablo, are you there? Yes, perfect. Ambassador from Norway? I understand you're with us, right? Already joined? Mr. Justin Laido is also connected. Please, can we check the connection of the ambassador of Norway with audio working?
Chequeamos ahora. Sí, está conectado y recién probó. Internamente vamos a ver qué pasa.
Yes, he tried it. So that's perfect. So we begin the opening session. Well, good morning, everyone. It is a true honor to cordially welcome you to the first regional seminar on social development, education in Latin America and the Caribbean, prolonged crisis as an opportunity for restructuring. We organized this in ECLAC with the support of UNICEF, UNESCO, IPP UNESCO, Buenos Aires, and Norwegian cooperation. This regional seminar on social development has as purpose to reflect on education as the engine for development and social development with experts of the UN and multilateral organizations, academia, and decision makers on educational policies in the region about the strategies that are being raised as part of the transformative recovery with equality and sustainability. In this opening session, we will have the participation of Alicia Bárcena, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Jean Goff, Regional Director of UNICEF, Mrs. Claudia Uribe, Regional Director of UNESCO, Mr. Pablo Ceballos Estarellas, Director of the Educational Planning Institute of UNESCO Buenos Aires, and Mr. Justin Laido, Norway Ambassador in Chile. This seminar has simultaneous interpretation that is available on the world icon that is on the right side of the screen. You can find the interpretation into English and Spanish. We start this opening session of the Regional Seminar on Social Development with the presentation of Mrs. Alicia Bárcena, Executive Secretary of ECLAC. You have the floor. Please go ahead. Good morning, everyone. It is a true pleasure to cordially welcome you from ECLAC. Warm greetings, especially to those who are with me in this opening session. Jean Go, Regional Director of UNICEF for Latin America and the Caribbean. Claudia Uribe, Director of UNESCO, Regional Director of UNESCO. Pablo Ceballos, Director of the Educational Planning Institute of UNESCO Buenos Aires, and Justin later Norwegian Ambassador in Chile. I thank you for your support. I cordially greet the ministers, colleagues from agencies, funds, and programs of the UN, members of civil society, friends that follow up us in this first regional social development seminar that ECLAC is organizing jointly with UNICEF, UNESCO, and IPE, UNESCO Buenos Aires, and that will address a special theme at this very important moment. I would like to highlight the Framework Cooperation Agreement that we recently subscribed with the Regional Office of UNESCO, a partnership that surely will mean a great contribution for promoting educational policies agenda in the region. Also, we have signed a Framework Collaboration Agreement, reaffirming our commitment jointly of more than 1 decade with the Regional Office of UNICEF. Likewise, it is important to underscore this regional seminar and that most of the preceding research will be presented these 3 days that would have been impossible without the fundamental support of Norwegian cooperation. Thank you, Ambassador, for being with us. Dear friends, in this last year, we have undergone a health, social, and economic global crisis that has been prolonged with devastating impact in our region. In 2020, the economy of Latin America and the Caribbean experienced the highest, largest contraction since 1900, 6.8%, with the worst performance of all developing regions. The available evidence shows that our region has been one of the most affected by COVID-19. On September 30th, 2021, more than 1.4 million people have died in view of this coronavirus disease in Latin America and the Caribbean. The spread of COVID-19 and economic impacts and social impacts have been exacerbated by structural problems of the region, like the high levels of inequality, poverty, lack of social protection, labor informality, and vulnerability. In 2020, it is estimated that the number of people in extreme poverty situation would be 78 million, 8 million more than in 2019. And the number of persons in poverty situation would be 209 million, 22 million more than the previous year. The region is also characterized by weak and fragmented health and social protection systems, and expansion of marginal urban settlements that lack access to utilities, basic services, migrations, displacements of populations, and conflicts of different kinds. And also all of that combined with and relentless consequences of climate crisis. Unfortunately, education has not been at the center of the debate of the agenda of public policies to address this prolonged crisis and recovery. As a result of the health crisis control measures, most of the countries have closed their educational centers in fully or partially in order to prevent contagion. And that has involved in average more than 1 academic year without face-to-face classes or with interruption major periods of schooling. Discontinuity of studies or inability to access at the same time this continuity virtually, evidencing the access gaps to connectivity and digital equipment, added to the economic crisis affecting the income of homes, threatens to increase these delays in learning processes, deepening the previously existing gaps and generating what we have called a silent crisis. It is urgent to promote a gradual and safe comeback to schools with broad coordination with the health sector. To go back to the schools is very important, especially for most unfavored sectors. Schools fulfill a role of protection and monitoring that goes much beyond academic purposes, like sociability, prevention of violence, and health, among others. Additionally, it facilitates possibility of going back to the labor market, especially for women. Also, it is key to speak also about professors, teachers, and how to empower them and educational staff for them to adopt contextual teaching and flexible decisions, maintaining an appropriate balance between autonomy and support It is relevant to consider the requirements in matters of care and subsistence of those who really are working in education, and that mostly are women. On the other hand, it is of special concern the impact of the pandemic on the mental health of these students and families because of greater exposure to internet, as well as due to social isolation, as well as the loss of the relatives. It is that strategies of continuity and going back to education prioritize socio-emotional well-being of all the school community, not only of students, but also teachers that have been overburdened in this pandemic. In these 3 days, in the panels of the event, subjects like construction of more inclusive and resilient educational systems, situation of girls, boys, adolescents, and youth during the health crisis, establishing an agenda of educational recovery in view of pandemic, skills, competencies that are necessary in the changing context, and articulation of educational policies with other social policies. Work presented by YECLAC in partnership with institutions that are with us today will be presented. A report, COVID-19 report that we published in the regional office of, with the regional office of UNESCO last year, has been one of the documents that has been most read in our website in the last months. In the framework of research, we began prior to the pandemic with IPE, UNESCO Buenos Aires, UNICEF, and Norwegian cooperation, addressing the extent and segmentation of secondary education in the region during 2020, and also the experience of students regarding their educational trajectories in the context of the pandemic. And we have published a regional study and 6 national ones. Also, a study on youth education and labor will be presented that we published with OEI in 2020. And then in the last session, a study soon to be published jointly within UNICEF on integral protection in adolescents. Dear friends, the intensity and extension of the crisis has evidenced debts in matters of equality and quality in the systems of education that limit the progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals and 2030 Agenda for sustainable development. It has meant a rupture with certain paradigms, for example, respect for face-to-face and use of digital technologies that make impossible going back to where we were before, but rather force us to restructure the systems in a more resilient and inclusive manner. The pandemic, for example, has accelerated changes in models of consumption and production, and therefore an effective participation in the digital era. It is essential, not only connectivity, but also jointly with that, the generation of digital skills.
It's necessary to advance in developing joint strategies in the digital, social, and economic matters so that barriers and gaps are addressed from all areas. And the digital agendas must be addressed from the viewpoint of people's rights, gender equality, and intersectionality and interculturality. In this is the role of education in intersectoral dialogue is key. These strategies need to be supplemented with other skills, training strategies throughout the life cycle. The use of digital technologies require basic cognitive competence such as reading, writing, and mathematics, operational skills, as well as more complex skills such as critical thinking and information selection skills, self-care skills, and also of ethical behavior in the digital world. The labor market requires skills that are easily transferable between jobs and occupations and that respond to new demands. So we need to take advantage of this shakeup given by the pandemic to rethink the focus on core skills to be formed. Today, more than ever, we need to emphasize equality and inclusion in access to education and training, focusing on the most vulnerable and marginalized population groups, including indigenous peoples, people of African descent, refugees, and migrants, the most socioeconomically disadvantaged populations, persons with disabilities, sexual and gender diversity. We must address gender inequalities by promoting care services and promoting women's participation in trades traditionally considered non-feminine. I invite you in these days to reflect on the steps to be taken to advance in this path, to define actions that address the urgency of this silent crisis, that ensure the required financing and the commitment of all sectors. We cannot risk a lost generation. And so, you can count on ECLAC, UNICEF, UNESCO, and all organizations that focus on childhood, adolescents, and young people. We at ECLAC are at your service to work together. And I would like to end by saying what Gabriela Mistral said: the future of children is always today. Tomorrow will be too late. Thank you. Thank you, Executive Secretary Mrs. Alicia Bárcena, for your welcoming words at the opening session of this first regional seminar on social development. And I now would like to recognize Jean Goff, Regional Director of UNICEF. Welcome, Director. The floor is yours. Good morning and a thousand thanks, Alberto, and everyone who's with us here this morning, ministers and representatives of the governments and civil society. Distinguished Alicia Bárcena, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, an excellent way of focusing our discussions today. And also I would like to greet Claudio Uribe, Regional Director of UNESCO, Pablo Ceballos, Director of IEP UNESCO Buenos Aires, and Justin Lado, Norway Ambassador to Chile. Ministers, directors, governments, and civil society, UNICEF colleagues, UNESCO, ECLAC, and other UN agencies, and distinguished guests. Today, 20 months after the start of the pandemic, a total and partial closure of schools continue to affect 2 of every 3 children in Latin America and the Caribbean. This means that a total of 86 million students are still outside the classrooms. In one of my recent trips, I met Elwin, a 9-year-old girl. She studied until last year, and then the pandemic arrived and she had to drop off from her studies and once again take to the streets. Evelyn was unable to continue studying because the only device she had at home was the old phone, her mother's mobile phone, and they could not pay for an internet connection. And so, like Evelyn, there are so many girls and boys for whom the pandemic has implied not only the interruption of their schooling, but also they've had to go out to work. 20 months of uninterrupted work at school has meant that this is a significant blow in the history of Latin America. The cost is overwhelming for girls, boys, and adolescents, and also for the future of these countries. Quite aside from the immediate impact, the financial consequences of the education crisis will have an impact on the region in coming years. According to World Bank data, the closure of schools could translate into a drop in total potential future income for the region of 1.7 million US dollars, which means about 16% of regional GDP. The return to face-to-face learning is urgent in order to restrict the spread of the virus, this is one of the first public services to be suspended. We do recognize and appreciate the efforts made by governments in order to continue learning through online teaching, and many did do so. However, girls, boys, and adolescents in the region, some never received this, and especially the Afro-descendant and indigenous, their parents did not have the resources to facilitate this, and the reopening of schools is not being prioritized in the social and economic reactivation processes in many countries of the region. And today, girls, boys, and adolescents may say attend shopping malls and restaurants, but their schools continue shut. Keeping the schools closed means not only interrupting an essential service, keeping schools closed also implies the preventing their right to education. And also, it is leaving them unprotected against child labor. Articles 22, 29, and 32 of the Convention on the Rights of the Child. The risks of staying outside school for girls, boys, and adolescents are greater than the risks faced when they return to face-to-face class. Every day they spend away from the classroom increases their risk of dropping out from school, and especially among the most disadvantaged girls and boys, that already before the pandemic, our region faced a very profound learning crisis. And of course, this will sharpen with the pandemic. Throughout this time, without face-to-face schooling has also affected the physical and mental health of children. And this situation has led to adjustments and increased their exposure to violence and abuse. Health services, inclusion, and social protection normally provided by the schools have been interrupted. We cannot expect any longer for schools to reopen to face-to-face classes for all girls, boys, and adolescents. We cannot wait for 100% of the teachers and students to be vaccinated on account of the shortage and the unequal world distribution of vaccines. We cannot count on dropping levels of contagion. What this suggests is that mitigation strategies mean that schools do not contribute to increased community spread of COVID-19. Many countries have started their processes to gradually reopen schools in recent months, and it is necessary to speed up this process and reopen schools in the most urgent and safe way possible. The longer we leave girls, boys, and adolescents outside the classroom, especially the poorest, slower will be the economic recovery. We cannot wait, and we're hoping that with these discussions today, we may come up with strategies to move ahead with this educational crisis. Thank you very much. Thank you, Regional Director of UNICEF, for your words. And the next speaker will be Claudia Uribe, Regional Director of UNESCO. It is a pleasure to welcome you. The floor is yours. Thank you very much, Alberto, and good morning, everyone here today. Truly, I am very happy and honored to be here today, able to address you. I would like to begin by greeting my colleagues, Alicia Barcena, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Jean Gach, Regional Director of UNICEF, the director of IIEP in Buenos Aires, and also the Norwegian ambassador to Chile. From the regional office in education in Latin America and the Caribbean, we greet the ECLAC initiative to hold this regional seminar on social development, and having selected for this first version education as the driver of social development. Already, in the words of those who preceded me, Alicia has given a broad broad and relevant framework on the impact of education and the possibilities for recovery in the region. And Jean has also reminded us of the urgent need and the relevance of returning to face-to-face classes, in addition to take on a personal and human face behind the story of each girl, boy, or adolescent that has been deprived of face-to-face education throughout this period. In this sense, we are very grateful to the organizers for inviting us to the event and highlighting the key role played by education in strategies for country recovery in order to overcome the economic and social crises stemming from the health emergency of COVID-19, and also to determine the grounds for a transformation of people and society, moving towards development schemes that are more equitable and sustainable in the region. The countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, together with the international community, take on 6 years back this schedule for development in line with the SDGs. The agenda is characterized by its integrality and proposes three development pillars: economy, the social and environmental pillars. The Goal 4 on education establishes the need to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote opportunities for constant learning for everyone. And for this determines a series of 7 targets and means for implementation that cover the various dimensions of education and at all levels. However, even before the appearance of COVID-19, and with a view to the Decade for Action for Sustainable Development that started in 2020 at UNESCO, we were already seen with concern that the pace of progress towards the achievement of the goals was insufficient to ensure that all countries of the world be able to achieve these goals. A situation that, of course, is also clear in the region. Just to give you two examples, approximately 10.5 million girls, boys, and adolescents were outside school in 2019 prior to the pandemic. And in relation to learning, the international assessments, recent ones such as PISA 2018, continue to warn us of the relevant share of students that were not achieving basic reading, math, and science skills and essential learning, as pointed out by Alicia Bárcena a moment ago in her intervention.
Next month, November, from UNESCO, from the Latin American Laboratory Evaluating Quality of Education, we will provide the results of the fourth regional comparative and explanatory study. This is the last international evaluation applied to students of third and sixth grade in 2019, precisely before the beginning of the pandemic. And what I can anticipate is that it doesn't bring any good news for the region. And it is in that context that the COVID-19 crisis erupted with profound health, social, and economic implications in all of the world. Educational systems had to rapidly react to an unprecedented scenario, and thus almost all governments of the region decided to suspend, interrupt face-to-face classes in line with the general strategy of restrictions, lockdowns in order to prevent contagion. This exceptional measure affected like 600 million students in our region. To suspend face-to-face classes in no case has involved stopping education. Really, countries display their series of strategies for, firstly, maintain educational continuity through remote virtual education alternatives, and secondly, make plans for return to school in most of cases with hybrid systems, combining face-to-face with remote education. However, we know and we have been able to evidence the major gaps opened in the region, especially between those that have had access to technology and those that haven't. Uh, we have been working in these last recent months and years to accompany countries in the implementation of response strategies, both of technical support, follow-up, monitoring, and distribution of regional knowledge. Concerned about this situation, the ministers of education of all the world met in October 2020 in an extraordinary special session of the Global Meeting on Education. 2020, convened by UNESCO and co-organized by governments of Norway and UK. 2020 meeting provided a platform for the exchange of policies, high-level policymakers and agents of world education in order to protect and reinforce education in the present world and after COVID-19. So as a result of this meeting, member states committed to protect educational budgets when considering education as the most decisive investment for recovery and sustainable development. We have already, or 18 months have gone by in this educational emergency marked by uncertainty. However, we have made certain mistakes, but the horizon is always clear. The objective is to make sure educational continuity to reduce and mitigate the negative impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic has had on education and millions of students in the world, particularly on those populations that due to their socioeconomic situation or belonging to very vulnerable groups are at much higher risk. Our commitment continues to be supporting strategies of educational recovery of countries and advocate for governments to really set out budgetary and political targets that these strategies require. We hope that in this seminar that we will interchange experiences and views, be a contribution along these lines, urgent call to see to this education in society. Thank you very much. Thank you, the Regional Director, Claudia Uribe. We thank you for your presence and participation in this opening meeting. And of course, we thank all those connected following this seminar. Really, the coverage of the event in all of the region has been most significant. Those that are writing in the chat from Argentina, Bolivia, Chile, Colombia, Brazil, Costa Rica, Ecuador, Spain, Honduras, Guatemala, Mexico, Nicaragua, Paraguay, Dominican Republic, Suriname, Uruguay, and Venezuela. Thank you very much, and Paraguay. Thank you for participating. Continuing now, I give the floor to Mr. Pablo Ceballos Estarellas, Director of the Educational Planning Institute of UNESCO, Buenos Aires. Please, you have the floor. Thank you, Alberto. As Alberto said, I am Director of the Latin American Office of the IPE, which is a technical UNESCO institute specialized in planning and management of educational systems. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I want to thank the organizers, our colleagues from ECLAC, for inviting IPE to participate in this very interesting regional seminar. Also, I cordially greet my colleagues Alicia, Jan, Claudia, Ambassador of Norway and Chile. For me, it is a true joy to participate in this seminar, bringing together representatives from countries and international agencies of the region. Meetings like this one respond to a clear vocation of Latin American and Caribbean countries of learning one from each other mistakes and successes in the design and implementation of public policies, recognizing that our cultural and socioeconomic similarities as part of the global South make that learning very fruitful. We are exceeding or overcoming that cultural colonialism in saying that we can only learn from the countries of the North. We are overcoming that, and we have all joined here. We will continue with the presentation now, please. And what I would like to do with this presentation is to propose in a summarized way some pillar ideas regarding the topic of the seminar and connecting them with the educational planning. So many times it has been said that the pandemic has closed down schools throughout the world, and these closing downs or lockdowns were particularly long in Latin American countries. For example, recent estimates of the Statistics Institute of UNESCO say that 165 million students in our region were impacted by class interruption at the most critical times of the pandemic. 165 million. In other words, the health crisis has left us at the verge of a true catastrophe on education. Really, it exacerbated educational disparities, inequities, and hitting the most vulnerable ones, interrupting their education. This in a continent that has already been pointed out as the most unequal of the world, means deepening inequalities as well as educational exclusion. In spite of the effects derived from this crisis are not exactly known, it's likely that we'll have a slowdown in trying to comply with the 2030 education agenda, because the SDG number 4 says that inclusion is an objective in itself, as it says the INJO declaration that no educational goal should be considered achieved or accomplished unless it is 100% for all people. Improved quality, well, also it is one and with inclusion is the main challenge of the region. Many innovations have occurred in the educational sector, technological solutions of virtual education, remote learning, providing continuity. However, the access or lack of access to that created more long-term inequalities. That paradoxical effect of technology innovations that were promoters, but as well as obstacles, really, we cannot lose sight of the fact that the future scenarios to be built post-pandemic need not to leave anyone behind. So as we go into this new post-pandemic modality, we need to identify which were the main challenges that we had to face. How can we learn from those experiences in order to build that new reality? Hopefully it will be better than the previous one. We need to think, devise of a tool that will allow us to learn from recent experience and rethink the future. What does the future entail for education? That educational planning, that tool providing a framework of consistency and vision for the future of education. And planning is a key, fundamental tool to understand, to imagine, and to change education. Understand, because as one first step, we need to know what is the present status of educational systems and challenges for inclusion through diagnosis that will determine to what extent the right to education is being met. Then, educational planning enables us to imagine a better future with concrete goals to ever more inclusive education. Yes, I mean, the goals are in the SDG 4, but also you need to be in sync with what each society decides for itself. And finally, last but not least, the educational planning allows us to design and implement concrete strategies to materialize the changes needed by our system to include everyone. This is not a linear process. It is a cyclical and iterative, because in the policy implementation, you need to measure again and plan again, but always planning as a tool. And to finish, hopefully this seminar can contribute to a powerful collective reflection that we can learn from this difficult situation that we are going through, and to transform towards equality and truly inclusive education. It is a pleasure to be virtually connected to you, with you from Buenos Aires. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you a lot of learning. Thank you, Mr. Pablo Ceballos Estarellas, for your participation in this opening session of the regional first seminar on social development. Now we have Justin Lairo, Norway ambassador in Chile. You have the floor now. Yes, hopefully you can hear me okay. Executive Director, Mrs. Alicia Bárcena, Moderator Alberto Arenas, co-panelists and participants, thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this very important seminar. Norway appreciates long-term cooperation with ECLAC and all the countries of the region, a cooperation that is based on a common understanding of the value of multilateral and regional cooperation within the framework of the Sustainable Development Goals and the 2030 Agenda. The subject of today is increasingly important. In the pandemic, we've learned very much about the importance of assigning priority to education in times of crisis. COVID-19 has caused the largest global disruption of education in modern times. Consequences for girls, boys, and adolescents have been enormous throughout the whole world. The close downs of schools and universities have eliminated everyday schools from 1.6 billion students during the last year and a half. It is clear that this has had very significant negative consequences, and reopening of schools needs to be prioritized as soon as possible for the effect to be felt in several generations to come. At the same time, the pandemic has provided us with new knowledge on what works and what doesn't work in education, and how the different solutions affect the students in a different way. That is why the subject of today is so relevant and important. What lessons can we draw for making future education to be more effective, efficient, and useful for youth? And what is it that we have learned?
Among the most important lessons in our Norwegian experience during the pandemic are, first, the closure of schools leads to greater inequality. The gaps between high-income families and low-income families is widening. The risk of children, especially girls, may drop out from school is increasing. And second, many young people are struggling against mental health on account of social distancing, and household violence has increased while schools were closed. Third, students with special needs are especially affected negatively. They do not have the same opportunities for education at home. Fourth, children respond differently to homeschooling. For some, homeschooling has been very effective and something they enjoy, whereas for others, they've benefited little from this and are easily distracted when the teaching is not done in a school. Fifth, the pandemic has strengthened professional cohesion and dialogue among teachers, and has provided them with a new and valuable experience on the use of different learning tools. And lastly, and obviously, the digital gap has exacerbated inequality in the use of education at home. In conclusion, the pandemic has intensified the differences between children in families with and without resources, but also we've been taught what tools can be offered to offer an education more adapted to different student groups. We still have a long way to go to study, analyze, and understand all the lessons that may be useful in order to offer a better education system in the future. However, it is very clear that this represents an opportunity that we cannot miss and must make the most of this to strengthen public education in a way that may result in better learning and that a more resilient education system responsive to student needs. That in some, rebuild better also in the education sector. I wish you a lot of luck with the seminar and the very important topics that lie ahead. And thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for your words, Ambassador of Norway to Chile. And so we conclude this opening session and the first regional seminar on social development, education in Latin America and the Caribbean, the prolonged crisis, an opportunity for restructuring. We thank everyone for taking part, ECLAC, UNICEF, UNESCO, the IIEP, UNESCO Buenos Aires, and the Norwegian ambassador to Chile, and everyone who's connected and continue to join the various platforms of this seminar. And now we move on to the first panel, the opportunity to rebuild more inclusive and resilient education systems. This will be moderated by Jean Goff, Regional Director of UNICEF. The floor is yours. Her microphone has been on mute. Thank you, and I apologize. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And so we're going to begin this first segment of the seminar on social development, education in Latin America and the Caribbean, the prolonged crisis as an opportunity for restructuring. This panel will address the opportunities to rebuild education systems that are more inclusive and resilient, not only on account of the COVID-19 pandemic crisis, but also the pre-existing challenges in the region. For this session, the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Alicia Bárcena, will give us a keynote speech for around 30 minutes. And this will be followed by discussions in relation to the presentation. Mr. Jaime Persic, Minister of Education of Argentina, Mr. Jorge Poblete, Undersecretary of Education in Chile, Paula Villalta Olivares, Vice Minister of Education in Ecuador, Cynthia Game Varas, Vice Minister of Education, Costa Rica, and Mr. Ricardo Cardona Alvarenga, Vice Minister of Education, El Salvador. The COVID pandemic has upset the education systems in Latin America and the Caribbean, affecting the learning of the great majority of girls, boys, and adolescents and sharpening inequality in the region. However, as every crisis, COVID-19 also represents an opportunity to rebuild education systems that are more inclusive and resilient, that ensure for all girls, boys, and adolescents equitable and timely access, opportunities for quality learning. This is an opportunity we cannot waste. And so I hand over to the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Alicia Bárcena, for her presentation. The floor is yours. Yes, thank you very much. And I would merely like to check with you if you're able to see the screen. Does it work? Yes, very well. And so I will now put it on the presentation mode. Can you see the full screen? Yes? Very well. I don't know if you can see the full screen or do you see various frames? Two squares. And now, yes. Well, this presentation was prepared, of course, by the entire ECLAC team, in this case, headed by Alberto Arenas. And so my special thanks to Daniela Truco, who played an essential role in preparing this document. Also, Bianca Aliaga. What we're trying to contribute to the discussion is what has happened and how could this crisis be an opportunity to restructure the education sector. And the main messages that we would like to convey is, well, what we've already said, that the pandemic is a social and a health crisis, prolonged. It's not yet ended, and so has had a major impact on the well-being of childhood, adolescents, and youth. And the intensity and extent of the pandemic has shown our structural issues in terms of equality and the quality of the education systems that historically we were dragging on. It is a silent crisis, but a deep one, and it poses a challenge in terms of continuity with learning gaps and, as has been said by others, an increased dropout. And so this opens an opportunity to restructure our education systems, to think deeply and see what can we do, because today schooling has progressed, but it does not ensure the right to education. So we must move ahead in the quality aspect, not just attendance. And so allow me to share with you information on why do we consider the crisis as deep and extended. It has extended in our region, but our region is one of the most affected in the developing world. We have a population of 8.4% worldwide, and we are 654 million inhabitants. And we represent 8.4 globally. However, our cases represent 20.3, and the cases 32.2. That is one of the regions most affected in the world. Also has deepening structural issues, informality and inequality. So despite the governments implemented very significant measures that even mitigated and avoided an increase in poverty and extreme poverty, we have had a major setback, 12 years in poverty and 20 in extreme poverty. Another major concern is that perhaps this is one of the regions where unemployment most increased globally. And this affected, above all, young people. The informal workers reduced the participation by women and set us back 18 years. More than 30% of poor women are no longer active in the labor market on account of family reasons, and especially of the overburden of caregiving. And as the ambassador of Norway said, it has been essential to maintain activities in 2019. We already had an issue with a gap, 16.7%, 66.7% of the inhabitants in the region had no internet connection, or sorry, she corrects herself, had an internet connection, but in many cases, a very poor one. And so this has uncovered critical areas to be addressed. Progress in vaccination has also been an issue, slow and very unequal, and it has been critical in order to respond to this silent crisis in education. The great majority of our countries does not exceed 40% of the total population with a full vaccination regime by September 2021, which is the last figure shared. October 11, we have the graph here, and in some cases, the last available date, and we see that the region exceeds 40% of population with a full regime of vaccination, and this could imply an even greater extent The asymmetry is internal within the region, but also in comparison to the developed world, Europe, the USA. And so the countries, yes, have given relevance to vaccination. Now, but what has been the impact of the crisis on girls, boys, and adolescents during the pandemic? The pandemic of the pandemic on girls, boys, and adolescents is multidimensional. There is no doubt. And here we are showing some dimensions: poverty, vulnerability, learning gaps, household violence, and digital violence. This is another emerging issue, a very relevant one: child labor, child mortality, nutrition, mental health. And so, what we need to see is that there are estimates prior to the pandemic. They calculate a prevalence of 65% physical aggression, 48% psychological aggression in upbringing in Latin America and the Caribbean. Child labor could mean that more than 300,000 girls, boys, and adolescents are obliged to work. And the mental health in this population group has been affected by confinement, the interruption of face-to-face classes, and the closure of schools. And in nutrition, we're foreseeing an increase, the double burden of malnutrition in childhood and also overweight children. Close to half of girls, boys, and adolescents live in poverty, so that 47.2% of girls, boys, and adolescents are poor in comparison to an average of 30.5 of the entire population in 2019. So there's been a significant rise in poverty, above all among girls, boys, and adolescents, as we can see here in this graph. ECLAC estimates show in 2020 that this has affected 51.3% of the population, more than 91 million girls, boys, and adolescents. And so investing in education to break this pervert cycle of vulnerability is a core issue, because this will allow us to move ahead with what we have called the economic inefficiency of inequality. More than 600,000 girls, boys, and adolescents have lost their caregivers. And this is very relevant and very dramatic. Please take a look at the case of Peru. Separation of girls and boys from their caregivers on account of contagion or COVID suspicion has led to high levels of potential stress. The situation is alarming when the girls and boys whose caregivers have died on account of the pandemic. And this has been tremendous. We see the rise in the number of orphans and the loss of secondary caregivers. Physical health of girls and boys has also been affected. And here we're showing some of the issues faced with the interruption of essential health services associated to childhood, a severe interruption. We're seeing that vaccination in 23 countries has undergone a 10% interruption. Health services, mother and child, a very high percentage, moderate interruption, 18%, slight interruption, 27%. But most important is that the routine vaccination has been delayed, leading to potential risk and a reduced capacity of preventing malnutrition.
What can we do with education in pandemic times? Here, first and foremost, and Claudia offers updating this information. In the last 20 years of the region has shown a major progress in the youth that complete an educational cycle. That's good, that's positive. But progress are uneven and the gaps are evident, especially in secondary education. That is the central part of the graph, where you see in 2019, in the quintile 1, we have 40% of youth between 20 and 24 years concluding secondary education. But in the richest quintile is 86%. So there are 46 percentage points gap. And what we show here are these gaps that were before the pandemic and have been exacerbated very strongly in the pandemic. and the levels of completion of higher education are almost null, and that the population of youth between 21 and 25 and 29 of lower income does not exceed 4%. Prior to the pandemic, there were gaps in the quality of education. 50% of 15-year-old students from 10 countries did not reach basic reading skills, which we said it is something key for the digital world of today, as compared to 24% of OECD countries, with very unequal results. The first two quartile of socioeconomic levels do not reach the basic levels to be literate. So you see how this non-achievement of reading skills that in quartile 1, 2, 3, and 4, our region shows many, many problems. 99% of students has had a total or partial interruption of at least 40 weeks of face-to-face classes. One academic year, that is the time of complete full closing or full or partial closing of educational face-to-face system. UNESCO has shown this, and millions of students have been impacted because of the closing of educational facilities. And 25 out of the 33 countries of the region continued with the totally or partially closed educational centers on 31st of May of this year, representing 99% of the student population in the region. For example, case of Panama that is closed still with these very serious problems, as well as other countries that are partially closed. And 3.1 million young people can drop out from education. And according to estimates of UNESCO, we know that boys, girls, and adolescents excluded from education could join the labor market or never and drop out completely from school. And the largest impact is going to be in the tertiary level due to the cost. We see the risk of non-returning to education is much more severe in the tertiary and pre-primary levels because of the difficulty to continuing with distance education. In 2021, countries established a strategy of study continuation through digital means, and there were online courses with offline learning, educational programs. We know that all this was not enough. We were not prepared for the online studies to continue, precisely because one of these serious problems is that there is no universal digital access. We saw that 33% of boys, girls, and adolescents between 5 and 20 years of these 10 countries lived in homes without access to the web, without access to internet. And the access is very unequal in the countries of the region due to socioeconomic levels. 53% of persons of 5 to 20 years of the first quintile of lower income homes had access to internet, compared to 93% of the fifth quintile of higher income. So we see that there is a problem in access to internet, where lower income households, quintile number 1, are the ones with the most serious connectivity problems. In ECLAP, we have developed studies during the pandemic in 6 countries of the region, including narratives on experiences of adolescents and youth. There, we thank the help of IPE, UNESCO Buenos Aires, and the cooperation of Norway since 2019, and UNICEF has joined in 2020. And this regional study on the expansion and diversification of secondary schools, including the experience of students in pandemic with six national studies. I will present them now, and those will be presented this afternoon and tomorrow in the seminar. And also, we've taken information from the survey of the UN survey to youth. 7,071 participated from 29 countries of the region with very important information. What do they say regarding self-efficiency with digital devices and media? It's less in female students than in male. The gender gap increases regarding the economic level. Look, quartile number 1 vis-a-vis number 4. In all cases, males have higher uh, indicators. They feel more comfortable using these digital devices. And if their uh, mm, relatives want to buy a device, they can advise. They think they can solve the problems of digital devices. They can choose. If you need a new software, they are the ones that choose the best. If you need a new application, they are the ones that choose it. And they learn a lot on digital media, discussing with friends and family. This is the new era. The youth is much more prepared than the senior citizens in order to face this digital uh, media environment. But we need to say that the youth are concerned, really worried because of the backwardness in their studies. And those between 15 to 29-year-olds, they say, what are their major concerns for the future? And they're asked to choose 5. And of course, the largest number spoke about their family financial situation. The second reason is to lose family members and friends, delays in studies due to lockdown, personal financial situation, finding a job after the lockdown, mental problems. Well, truth is, you have there what is the view of the 15 to 29-year-old youth. Also, they identify topics for studies continuation or continuity, material conditions, and capacity gaps. One is the change of the context from the classroom to the home. We cannot see them. We don't have the TV signal. We would have to pay, that said by a girl from Chiapas. Another one says, I can only do it with my phone, and sometimes a family member has a computer. And when I need a computer, I tell that person, please, can you lend it to me? This is in Honduras. What are the support capacities for these changing times? I live alone with my mother. She didn't end secondary school. I have no one telling me, look, this is how it works. I don't have it. So I need to understand and try everything on my own. I Google and YouTube. It is very complicated. That is in WhatsApp, we have a group, then the teacher sends us videos and work, and the sister comes one weekend that is in this rural area, and the previous one was from Argentina. There is this motivation, and that is across the board at all socioeconomic levels. Dad lost his job. He is so sad. I'm sad. It's difficult to be connected. Although I'm interested in the classroom, I need I think I have no more energies. I'm so tired to be all day in front of the screen. And the online classes, well, there are more disadvantages. Some subjects are not understood, and doing homework and tests without understanding, it's pointless, meaningless. That is said in Honduras. All these narratives, all these stories are included in our report that will be presented in the coming days. And here also they speak about the availability of time for developing other skills. Here we have some positive aspects because in fact, self-motivation, discipline, responsibility, time management. Some say that the free time, idle time or free time increased. Of course, there's 23% saying that have less free time than before. Others saying no, that yes, that they have a lot of free time, some 2, 3, 4 hours, 5 hours. But I think all of this is related to the stress and depression, and this can be articulated due to the lack of physical activity, and how to use that free time to really open up to new skills like languages, cooking, instruments, playing instruments, so forth. Based on the studies, the institutionality of the education system was not prepared to address virtual or hybrid education. So beyond connectivity problems, there are teachers that respond according to their possibilities, students that organize themselves according to their capacity and the support they receive from family. And the result is that surely, in connection with the amount and greater availability of resources, there is a better answer. That is, gaps are extended. The pandemic evidences the limits of schooling and also the importance of figures at home. And therefore, we need to work on that relationship between school and family and highlighting the fact of being able to count on the teacher. That is a critical item. What are the critical figures? Is the teacher and family members. What challenges and opportunities to restructure education? There are many challenges, and hopefully they will be addressed in this seminar so that UNICEF, UNESCO, and OIE can continue to be working together. There are several paradigms, and there is an opportunity to rethink education. How can we manage not to leave anyone behind from digital participation? That is one of the main challenges. How to rethink education and labor training, a new way of production of today's world, hopefully more sustainable, greener, and more moderate, I would say, and that will take us to a management of time as a and inclusion and equality need to be the focus. How to achieve this to be very effective, differentiate educational programs according to territory, sector, relevance of information systems, and how to articulate the educational offer of the system to join and come out through different channels and certification. It's no longer an emergency. This is a prolonged crisis. Returning to face-to-face classes is urgent. Socio-emotional well-being of educational community is critical. It is urgent to see to the population that has dropped out from education, define strategies of priority for learning per cycle, all of that to be guided adequately. Mandatory nature of secondary school is no longer sufficient to guarantee the right to education. Secondary education has become as the minimum level for sustainable growth with equality in Latin America and the Caribbean. And during the 21st century, the mandatory nature of secondary school in all of Latin America and the Caribbean, with the exception of Nicaragua, and 13 were extended from upper high school. We need to complete the expansion of coverage of secondary education, guarantee universal successful trajectories, and provide equitable offer guaranteeing social inclusion. It is estimated that the likelihood of completing secondary schooling will drop from 56% to 42%. It is there where we need to put the focus. And the challenges of educational policy is promote greater investment in education, material conditions, to have flexible training and educational offer, see the relevance of educational offer, reorganize the institutional conditions of schooling, and see the transition processes of education towards more adequate and better quality employment, strengthen technical professional education. Education is not only solved in each country, but you need intersectoral efforts. Thank you very much. And here we present all these documents were used for this presentation. Hopefully all these documents will be discussed in this seminar. Thank you, Alberto, and everyone for your attention.
Thank you very much, Alicia. You've mentioned the silent crisis affecting education that is unequal in several dimensions: increased poverty, extreme poverty among girls, boys, and adolescents, a gap in the quality of education, which was of concern even before the pandemic, and also you are mentioning that governments should invest far more in this and that the budgets be protected. And the scenario is worrying, yes, but there are also solutions. And I believe that collectively we may find these solutions. And so that this silent crisis, very much visible for girls, boys, and adolescents, affecting the most excluded, most the indigenous and Afro-descendant students. So in our countries are called upon to act as we've heard now from our authorities. And so now I invite Mr. Jaime Persic, Minister of Education in Argentina, to address us. The floor is yours. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank the organizers and everyone who made it possible for us to meet here to reflect, speak, and exchange about our experience, the challenges, the learning, and that we must all build together. The pandemic has been a tragedy for humanity and a severe blow for the societies of Latin America. A difficult blow to bear for Argentina, Argentina as a country, and for the Argentine people. It has been very complex. In economic terms, we have suffered a drop in our GDP, a tremendous drop. We've suffered processes of economic concentration related to the drop in GDP. We've suffered a process of major impoverishment. And in education, we've also had many difficulties. We've also done some things right that we would like to share with you. But without a doubt, we have a great number of challenges and issues created by the pandemic and issues created by our history and that the pandemic has exacerbated. For example, we had 21% of girls and boys in the first decile and completing the primary education in year, and that so a tremendous historical inequality. We made a major effort to include girls and boys in secondary schooling in Argentina. And we had increased by almost 500,000 children enrollment in secondary school over the last 12 years. And as a result of the pandemic, about 1 million children among those who dropped out or others who attend secondary education, but intermittently. We cannot say that they dropped out, but neither could we say that they're fully included. So the pandemic has left us with a tremendous difficulty, especially for young people in poorer sectors. But all of this is very closely related to a major crisis that was already affecting secondary education in our country from before. The country's proposal for the education of our young people. We had implemented major changes to the obstacles to integrating these children in secondary education. But the closure, above all, in the poorer sectors on account of the social difficulties and the inequality and the distribution of income in our country on account of the unequal appropriation of technology, enabling them to attend school or doing their homework. or relating to teachers outside school. And so the task that we are addressing now, the three major challenges that we are facing now, since the number of contagions has dropped off in our country, and since the economy has begun to recover, the government, in full agreement with the 24 jurisdictional provincial governments, our country is a federal country, and there is a national education system that centrally all universities are in the purview of that system. And so this implies a concurrent agreement between central government and the 24 jurisdictional governments. And we have worked on three main objectives. One, recovering full face-to-face schooling at all levels, and essentially with an emphasis on the secondary schooling, which is where we had previously greater difficulties. And this implies in recovering habits, timetables, relations, also recovering normal schooling, implies recovering school routines that for a year and a half were seriously affected. And that recovering school normality also implies recovering social normality of family and social and cultural routines and habits that in our continent, and particularly in our country, were seriously disrupted. And the second agreement that we have in the country is the recovery of all girls and boys that dropped out or had some sort of an intermittent attendance. So we look for them house by house, one by one, all the girls and boys that did not have full continued schooling during this period in the last year and a half. Our idea is that it's not fair, it's not possible that our society has girls, boys, young people who are outside the education system. We believe that we must go looking for them, house by house. And the third aspect has to do with learning. It's necessary to recover full face-to-face schooling. It's necessary for all children to go to school, but also we need to recover all topics, content, habits that the kids in the last year and a half have lost. And that is what we must do in the very short term. And at the same time, build agreements in the country in order to produce transformations that are required by our secondary education mainly. The secondary education of our young people, the educational experience that young people in our country need, and that by the country is mandatory. And this has been accepted by the population as of the age of 3 until they complete their secondary education. Now, some aspects that we will be working on, one of these is including training for work in secondary education, in what we in Argentina call the baccalaureate. Argentina has a technical secondary education provision, represents approximately 15% of our secondary education. We believe that we need to progress with this, and that secondary education should clearly have a direction, training, instructing girls and boys for productive employment. And the second topic that we are discussing in our country, there is a lot of discussion with regard to this, and our position is to recover increasing levels of financing in order to address this and provide quality services that include integral training in secondary education but also respond to the financial needs of our children. And so we're working on programs to provide them with computers, providing all secondary students in first, secondary year, and first, second, and third secondary year, a program that we used to have before, but it was discontinued from 2010 to 2015. 5 million computers had been distributed. Then it was discontinued, and now this year, when we're distributing over 1 million computers to rural students in the country. And also scholarships for our girls and boys. Before the pandemic, the government began with a number of scholarships for young Argentines, and this year we're moving ahead with another 1 million scholarships, and this ongoing month we're making a contribution to all students benefited by the Progresar scholarship, so that they may connect either by Wi-Fi or whatever to connect more significantly to the schools, because all of the learning done online, we believe that this must be included to face-to-face and added to face-to-face education. Girls, boys, and teachers and authorities, we must build these schools of the future to pick up on the best of what we did during the pandemic with everything that we're doing to recover the system throughout the country. So we need to build a dialogue among all players in the region in order to pick up on what we've done right in the last year and a half and to use it positively to reinvest in our education system, and so that we may build the Argentina of the future, and especially in Latin America as a whole. So thank you very much, and we're open to listen, to discuss, and learn from everything that we have experienced, what we've done and what we were not able to do. Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister. Really, I loved to hear your comments on your search. I think this is extraordinary because so many children are lagging behind. I loved your message, all the effort you are doing to return to the routine, this routine that children need so badly. And also, I believe that the program with the scholarships to help the most vulnerable children and trying to put digital education at the heart of our more democratic education system, so that we may all learn from what your country is doing. So hopefully you can share everything that's happened in Argentina in past months. And now I'd like to ask Paula Villalta Olivares, Vice Minister of Education she said Costa Rica, but could be Ecuador.
Good afternoon, good morning to everyone. Thank you for this space. Thank you to the organizers for the opportunity to discuss this situation we have in education due to the pandemic. For us, this has been a tremendous challenge. All of the countries are in this line seeking solutions for a quality education. Beginning in the Costa Rican education system, it entered the digitalization era in 2018. We have a digitalization program in the Ministry of Public Education in Costa Rica. We have a Centenario project. The idea is to connect all educational centers of the country to a safe internet connection where we can provide traceability to this service, monitor it with a dashboard, and see how that very interesting, important, and relevant service is being used in education systems. I mean, it is precisely to see how this service is being used so as to provide accompaniment, traceability, and a better use in each education center. We have the ministerial platform that's called Saber, knowing, and what it seeks is to provide automation to all processes, administrative and academic ones, each educational center. That is in order to have quality information, first-hand information, and for timely decision making. And the National Program of Mobile Technologies. What we have there is, or the idea is, to provide a better use of equipment, of internet and digital resources at the classroom. This is teacher training, preparation of digital resources, implementation of platforms and others. For the first time in the history of Costa Rica, last year, the enrollment information was collected, that all students in public and private centers for the first time were included in one single digital database with an ID number. Our education, each center had these IDs, but there was no way to compile the information of all the schools and could provide then information analysis. So it was collected. We have with names, surnames, all the students that are in each one of the educational centers. And this was done per academic of level, circuit, district. And this is helping us to allocate resources where they are needed most, to do data analysis for public policies and others. With this information, the ministerial platform Saber began in 2018, and for March of 2020, we had the first module of enrollments and was launched to all educational centers in a digital way. And it was precisely at the end of March where there is a closing of educational centers. However, all of them continued operating, and directors or schoolmasters were able to enter the information, the data, and amidst the pandemic. So it was an extraordinary effort of all the staff of all the schools. So with this information, we, as the Minister of Argentina said, there was an implementation of digital platforms. And with this information compiled in March of 2020, more than 1 million email accounts were created and a platform of Microsoft in order to provide a distance remote education, not completely virtual, but some way distant learning. And the mechanisms were created. Those students that had connectivity, those that didn't, those with equipment, those that didn't have equipment. And for July, at that moment, all the training courses for teachers, administrative staff, so that the whole education system could be connected to the platform and continue administrative and teaching activities. Now, in July, another platform, a general system of educational centers, was implemented, and the idea was to prepare the education centers for a possible coming back of schools to the classrooms. So this platform allowed us to understand the status of each education center amidst the pandemic. Of course, it changed very much how the comeback was going to be of students, how to open up gradually. We need to understand how many students were not contacted through any means in order to provide continuity to education service so that they could continue with their learning process. And with the data we had already compiled digitally, we were able to identify more than 90,000 students out of 1 million or 200,000. But 90,000 had not been contacted in July of 2020. So with that, we had to undertake a marathon to seek them, to contact them, and bring them back to the education system with excellent results. Since they were at the 18,000 came back, we were able to recover of the 18,000 that we identified that had been excluded. Many of them, it was because there was a lockdown, a close of borders, and students had to go back to their countries. So with that, we were unable to recover. But for the 2021 census, we were able to identify that 18,000 students out of the 18,000, 10,000 had been reincorporated to the education system. With the platform of the General System of Education System, we recovered information on requirements of internet and computers at households. So it's not now the students were back at home. So we had to extend our reach and know and see how many of these technology requirements of our students had these requirements at home. Let us remember that the outreach of the ministry is education, but we had to articulate with other institutions in order to provide equipment, telecom infrastructure for that. So with the information collected at the end of July, we were able to perform a socioeconomic analysis of each student per household and how many were at home, how many computers, what did they need, and economic situation. So 3 fundamental goals were achieved in telecommunications national plan. And in September of last year, where through the connected home programs, we had to provide equipment and connectivity to 46,000 homes, 100,000 homes, 86,000 laptops, computers, or equipment to education centers. That is how, as of September of last year, the provision of internet and equipment to students begins at their homes. So throughout all of this work that has been carried out in 2021, the education system goes back to face-to-face, a combined system through a joint working program with the health ministry and others. We were able to capture the cases of COVID-19 that were suspicious and confirmed in each educational center of the country. In this way, we monitor how the pandemic is at national level and in educational centers. This is recovered through an information system where by ID and health order, we compile how many cases exist in each education system, and thus, hand in hand with Ministry of Health, we see how these variables perform. And thus, we can increase the face-to-face classes in many centers. We've made modifications in the guidelines. So going back to classrooms has increased. We have increased, of course, public health measures, and we compile daily information in education centers on this. These guidelines, this coordination with the Ministry of Health helps us to have a larger number of centers with face-to-face classes and coming back with due coordination, curriculum articulation, implementation of CityMap, which is the system for recovery of information of learning evaluation, educational support for inclusion and care for diversity, digital support for learning, and others. And all of this has favored us in providing a better education system with the vaccination and all digital uh, measures. So, as an education system, we have many, many challenges. Yes, indeed. But jointly with many organizations for achieving the goals of connectivity equipment at home for students to have better and more tools to complete their learning processes, the extension of the telecommunication infrastructure network, content digital platforms, and coming back gradually to the classrooms. And as Minister said, to allocate the necessary budget to cover all the needs in the education system. This is key. It's essential for our students to have the necessary resources to continue their learning processes. We have a leveling out plan, a recovery plan from the ministry in order to level them, the learning of each student. Also, all the establishments of there is seeking of students, implementation of protocols, and seeking for the best strategies for students not to drop out, to, to be included, and those who are out to be re-included. Thank you very much for this time, and it has been a pleasure to be with you this morning. Thank you, Vice Minister. Thank you for sharing the Costa Rican experience. We see that you are continuing work in the digital process, new platforms, and you gave us a timetable of how difficulties were faced, and the use of digital platform for the enrollments and database is key. To have real databases or real data, it's crucial. Now we will continue, and I invite Mr. Jorge Poblete, Undersecretary of Education from Chile. Please, the floor is yours, Mr. Jorge Poblete. Thank you, Jen. Can you hear me all right? Yes, yes, perfectly well. We see you and hear you. Well, first and foremost, thank you for the invitation, and those that have really organized this seminar, UNICEF, UNESCO, ECLAC, that through this instance allow us to share and know how each country is facing such a complex time for education. And also thank you for the presentation of Alicia, with whom we share many of the things in this learning process and conclusions in this very difficult period for education in our countries. And with that, I would like to start by sharing a few things, important things. But this really, it's a silent crisis in education. We've seen that in Chile. Unfortunately, the negative impacts of this class suspension time become evident in time, but they have been silently hidden during this pandemic, where the health issues have been the priority issues. But in view of that, and also I want to underscore something Alicia said, urgent coming back to face-to-face classes. And I have here a slide and to share, and how essential school is for equity and the development of successful education for families. And it's key to have these face-to-face classes, and that's urgent. Also, learning with drawn is connectivity at home is a measure that at least is palliative, but is not equivalent to how essential the school is as a containment place.
School is far more than mere face-to-face learning. This is a matter that's urgent and that requires our utmost concern and action as governments responsible for education in our countries. If you allow me, I would now like to share with you a short presentation to see some ideas of what this period has been like in Chile. Allow me to share. Let me share my screen. Can you see it? Yes. Fine. Let me tell you about this process called Together Chile Recovers and Learns, which has been a great challenge for all countries of Latin America and also in Chile. This tremendous challenge has been present here too. We would like to place it within a context because we know, as we have shared here, that the pandemic has affected the learning of most children around the world, especially from April 2020, 194 countries of the world, the schools were closed, simultaneously affecting 1.8 billion students worldwide. And clearly this has meant the largest educational challenge in the history of our countries and also in Chile. And in view of this, the government has been focused on providing palliative measures to address this tremendous educational crisis using different alternatives. I won't mention them all, but the most important, such as the I Learn Online, a platform that the day after classes were suspended in Chile was available for all schools and for all families in the country. Also, printed material that were distributed to the schools that had greater connectivity difficulties, and the I Learn on over the TV educational capsules focused from grade 1 through 4 to teach maths so that children may also have remote support. Also, FM learning using radios, more than 150 radios throughout the country to reach rural sectors with a greater connectivity difficulties. And also another program called Schools Up that existed from before, but the coverage was increased, basically to recover lost learning. And another important thing is the integral learning diagnosis. This tool allowed us to apply remotely, available over the internet, and it allows us to monitor the status of children month by month, so as to know three essential aspects: the situation of these children in terms of language or grammar, emotionally, because we know that this is essential in order to face an education process, especially when the families have been directly affected in many cases by the loss of a relative. And so the socio-emotional status of the children to see how to face the education process. But also this tool allows teachers to have an X-ray, an instant X-ray of how their students are doing, socio-emotional, grammar, and maths. And so direct their learning recovery process. This is essential information. But at the same time, it allowed us to verify something that we all knew: the negative impact on learning of students and their emotional development became very clear, showing that at all levels, in some more and others less, in grammar as well as math, learning had undergone a major negative impact. At the same time, difficulties in expressing emotions or managing emotions was also very clear. And that is why, as the ministry, and government, we made a key decision, which was to ensure that our schools be a place that was safe so that students may return as soon as possible. And so the Let's Open Schools Advisory Committee was formed in order to respond to the most important challenges that were affecting the students. And so we convened an ample spectrum of experts so as to ensure that the schools were safe. This was urgent because, I repeat, connectivity is unable to replace these essential aspects of schools. In Chile, and I'm sure the rest of Latin America as well, we may have, in comparison, more connectivity here. 80% of the population has access to mobile internet and 67 home connectivity, contrary to the rest of Latin America, where it's about 58%. So this could make an important difference. But if you take a look at other developed countries, such as the Netherlands, for example, where they have the highest levels of connectivity, nevertheless, the impact on learning has been similar. Why is this? Well, because schools are far more than mere learning. The impact on the socio-emotional experience, physical activities, the school meals that the children receive at schools, especially for the most vulnerable, this is irreplaceable and cannot be done online. And the necessary coaching by an adult that, depending on the social cultural level, is able to coach the education process. Now, if there is connectivity but not having that sort of support at home, without a doubt, the students are affected. And this varies from level to level. For example, at primary level, first and second grade in Chile, where they learn the basic knowledge, enabling them to learn how to read and write, or basic maths. At those levels, they need to be accompanied by an adult. And at those levels, not having an adult that can accompany them could end up uh, missing out. And also, face-to-face schooling is an inherent part of the education system. So there is no way of replacing, for example, the students' need in the technical professional aspect in order to carry out and train using the tools and machines that they will need in everyday life. So returning to school was an urgent step to be taken in Chile. Also, we had protocols that we made extensive to all schools in order to prepare their return to class in 2021, and also ensuring that the classrooms were safe so the students may learn but also be safe at the same time. And also, education workers were coached. This was very successful in Chile, and that has met ample collaboration by the population, and also was supported by all health professionals. So in Chile, to date, more than 95% of teachers have their vaccination process complete. For example, the COVID school insurance, or covering all the costs in case a child was infected, and providing resources for schools to implement the special safety measures to keep the children safe. Now, here are some of the most important ones. There are many others that were also implemented to ensure that schools could be kept open. And so it has been an urgent matter to face this so that the crisis of education may not become a permanent blow to the development of our children. This was said by UNICEF, UNESCO, and also I would like the municipalities and the government, local governments, which has followed us and supported us in this throughout the country. Well, we've also wanted to mention some aspects of this participatory process. Chile educates and learns. On the one hand, school and kindergartens are these are spaces par excellence that protect and care for children. Here they have access to meals, health, physical activity, and learning to reduce aspects, as Alicia mentioned, such as household violence. And so this has been an essential learning throughout this period. Second, the gravitating role of parents, the families. Everyone who has children, we've had to take on roles that we were not really prepared for. And we've been much closer to the schools, much closer to understanding the role played by teachers. And we must say that that involvement of the parents cannot be lost if we return to face-to-face schooling. What is further, we must leverage this so that this freedom of the parents to choose whether to or how to educate their children should allow them to collaborate in this recovery of learning. Another thing that we must make the most of here is, for example, flexibility in the use of subsidies the schools use. And often their restrictions mean that it is difficult to execute the resources. And so we've seen that the flexibilities implemented during the pandemic have allowed these schools to do things more easily. So we must also innovate, prioritize, and create. For example, a virtual classroom has had made or gained greater inway. Previously, with no more than 100 schools of the 15,000 that we have in all, only 100 that used an online classroom. 6 months later, there were more than 6,000 that were using the Google Classroom mode. So use technology in order to support what is being done. This is an essential part of what we do, and we would like to make the most of these gains produced by the pandemic. And so, although there have been very worrying effects that we've had to take care of, and also there's been learning that we must leverage for the future. And so we invite the community to be part of a participatory process to allow the ministry to provide a guideline, a roadmap on how to face the next 4 years that will require a great effort by the country, by the government to recover this lost learning. And in what sense is it participatory? First of all, a citizen consultation. To date, more than 14,000 responses involving school authorities, teachers, parents, and community figures. Also, we had local caucuses, more than 400 around the country, where students and teachers and parents have taken part and seen how to face the future challenges facing education, and also 8 expert panels, deans, researchers, school principals, and associations that have taken part in order to talk about how to face these challenges and talk about some essential pillars. And based on this experience, we have determined 3 major areas where we believe it's important to work on for the future.
On the one hand, to mitigate the impact of the pandemic with concrete measures to recover learning and socio-emotional well-being. Presentations have been very clear, and Latin American countries share this enormous challenge, where the recovery of learning and socio-emotional well-being is an urgent and priority task. But also the system needs to be adapted, providing greater flexibility and tools to education communities depending on context, to the extent that the freedom of communication of education community is promoted. That is a path for improvement and recovery of systems. And finally, raise timely systems that will allowed to adopt decisions, have timely information systems, quality information to support the school community in decision making. That is, based on data, you can make better policies, precisely to have better education system and greater support. Uh, how is this participatory process? 10 measures, the community participated and had ideas on how these effective measures provided an answer to these major access. And that has allowed to have gradual measures depending on for access, determine the urgency, the usefulness, feasibility of implementing, and relevance, depending on the purpose. This collects the views of communities, of teachers, of students, and of experts that have enlightened us in order to generate a roadmap for the future. And I would like also to emphasize the urgency as a priority policy to face recovery and to have schools opened, and that the parents, in view of their freedom, be able to decide when to send their children to open schools. In Chile, we have 94% of schools that have opened. The attendance goes up every day. And therefore, if you have clear protocols, informed community, you can provide safety. And that safety is better for the well-being of our students, because not only can you have better quality learning, but at the same time access a tremendous support battery provided by the schools that has been evidenced in this pandemic. The absence of schools in the pandemic has been a clear example how our students themselves want to go back. Each school that we have visited at all levels, the first sentence they say, "Why are you happy to go back?" It's because they learn more. I learn more. That is what they say. The students themselves not only are anxious to re-meet and see again their friends, but they are very anxious to learn. And this, I reiterate, this is from first grade to 12th grade. So that essential opportunity has to be made available as something urgent in our countries. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and hopefully I have contributed to the discussion. Thank you, Mr. Undersecretary, for your presentation and to share with us, juntos, together, Chile recovers and learns, and put this community in the center. And also, I loved the fact that the school is much more than a learning center, and that children need teachers. Yes, me too. I need teachers. So, once again, now we give the floor to Mrs. Cynthia Game Barrios, Vice Minister of Education. Oh, uh, good morning, everyone. For us, from Ecuador, uh, uh, Vice Minister Maria Brown, and we want to comment the presentation. What is happening in Ecuador? Really, all the data make us relate to the 5 axes that seek to respond to answer each one of the data presented. And indeed, we've said that there has been a 12-year retrocession back of poverty, and therefore educational infrastructures are not ready to receive back all students. In Ecuador, we reactivated education because we believe it's very important to have gradual, progressive coming back to classrooms. and voluntary coming back. And when I say voluntary, I'm referring to the possibility that the students and their families begin the vaccination processes. And we have accompanied the vaccination plan. We have immunized our students from 16 to 18 years. And now we are supporting the vaccination in schools for 12 to 15-year-olds. So we need to underscore that the vaccination process began in April of this year. And in May, we leveraged that because it is one of the proposals of the present government. Teachers have today 190,000 teachers. 99% of our teachers have been immunized. And in addition to that, we have begun opening up schools through the education continuity institutional plans. Each institution submits a plan in order to reactivate, reopen spaces. And yesterday we presented the Safe School Plan. And what they seek is that incorporate students. And in one of the data where there is an unemployment of youth of 11%, we have included a technical baccalaureate working co-responsibly with society, either with companies, social organization, institutions, or why not with citizens themselves, so as to present a baccalaureate that will provide better or more answers to the present needs of our youth. Also, we spoke about, or we said it was very difficult to provide continuity in education because we haven't finished. The pandemic is not over. And in the most active times of the pandemic, we had to seek for additional resources. For example, we activated Turn on the TV program that is to provide education through television. And also, thanks to international cooperation, we were able to have or print records for students who had no connectivity, could have resources in order to keep on learning. But as we are speaking about resilience, one of the programs that is most active is Educating in a Family. That program seeks to provide tools so that the parents or family members can positively react to their children, in addition to a socio-emotional accompaniment model for families. All this program, Educating in a Family, is supplemented by the Learning on Time program. There are 99% of students that have seen the interruption of their secondary schooling. And the idea is one academic year has been wasted or lost. So we activated a program that's called Points to Re-Meet or Meet Back. So the idea was to see where the students were, because mobility was something major in the whole country, and also to have a baseline about teaching spaces, for example, that had a minimum data to understand reading fluency, for example. We know there's a tremendous gap there. And also in these meet back points, some socio-emotional spaces, because we also believe that that part, the socio-emotional part, is key to have that in mind and something clear, because intra-family violence and sexual violence inside homes have increased in figures. Excuse me? Yes? Something happened with the signal? No? Yes, you are connected. We can hear you all right. Yes, thank you. Another important point among the data presented is that there are 300,000 children and adolescents that are in labor, that is in the region. Now, we are working in a first childhood public policy, activating and providing meaning in school management to the model of distance education through different alternatives. Among them, even before the pandemic, we have triggered a service of family care at early childhood. That is specifically to provide continuity to that support to the children during the first years of schooling or of socio-emotional development. Another important point in order to activate all this rationale of a post-pandemic and having as benchmark socio-emotional skills, we are working on the curricula with the context point of view in mind, and thus will allow for different learning spaces in each one of the contexts of our children. Also, we include curriculum flexibility that will allow for innovation. We have launched a repository of education innovation that seeks to collect all the innovation that teachers had to devise or trigger or activate in these pandemic times. And today have for continuity of education. When we speak about providing that safe space for students, we activated the campaign that is foster or sponsor a school where you have a co-responsibility exercise. And the slogan is from a draft to an idea. We speak about school utensils, integration, food programs, school programs. And so, among all the actions that we have developed, and this is in tune with the initial presentation, we have included in this progressive return to schools in face-to-face, distant or semi-face-to-face. We have included socio-emotional diagnostic levels. We start from a week where teachers work these socio-emotional aspects in order to provide continuity then to the curriculum. But we are very much mindful of the teachers. We are going to each and every space in each province of our country in order to clearly identify these professional paths through a teacher's initial training plan, including a socio-emotional development unit for each one of our teachers. With all these data and responding to our 5 pillars and 20 actions, let us meet all of us together with excellence and flexibility. And we are developing our actions to build a public policy that will allow us to give back those learning spaces that are inside the schools. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Minister, for sharing the experience in Ecuador. I was recently there and we held a meeting and we heard about all the programs implemented by your government. And so thank you very much for sharing the diversification of your secondary education. And thank you for sharing also the innovations in Ecuador. And now we're going to recognize Mr. Ricardo Cardona Alvarenga, Vice Minister of Education, Science and Technology, El Salvador. Vice Minister, the floor is yours. Vice Minister, we are unable to see you online. The Vice Minister Ricardo Cardona of El Salvador. Well, it seems that he is not online. Well, if he's not online, or if someone could check if the Vice Minister is, we do not see him on the screen. No, it seems not. Very well, we will move on to the closing. Yes, let's move on to the closing. So we would like to thank you very much, but first of all, hand over to Alicia for a few final remarks on the excellent presentations that we've heard from the ministers and vice ministers. Alicia, the floor is yours. Well, thank you very much. It is always a pleasure to hear of the experience of countries, because this helps us to understand the various realities being faced today. We've heard here of the experience of the Minister of Argentina, Jaime Persic, Jorge Pobleta, the Secretary of Education in Chile, Paula Villalta from Costa Rica, Cynthia Guevara from Ecuador, and our dear colleague from El Salvador was missing, but we're hopefully during the next panels, we may hear of the difficulties they face. I think that this is a great opportunity, my dear Jan and Claudia. I think that we need to join efforts to support this moment, because I believe that we have taken on a commitment, and this is clear on account of the number of people attending the meeting. We need to bet on the future generation, on the girls, boys, and adolescents, the young people of today, because I think that today the pandemic has shown that learning is not only in a certain number of years at a certain stage, but that we must do this regardless and support them very vehemently in order to combat inequality. The inequality. Equality is not just an ethical, political principle. Rather, we see it as the way of achieving economic efficiency and truly reaching a future with better prepared generations, better prepared to live, to resist, to be resilient, to adapt, to also find a more prosperous future for everyone. And that is what we are waging on here, because there is no doubt that what we have faced has given us a life lesson that society as a whole must become a society of care. Not only the women, not only the teachers, not only the schools, not only the hospitals, but society as a whole must be concerned with care, with public goods and services of the girls and boys and the elderly. But it must be a social commitment. And so I see that this pandemic as a starting point for a new way of thinking about education, and training throughout life and creating these spaces so that the education systems may change and adapt. This requires an integral change and so involvement and commitment by far more players because the integrality of this is a key factor. And this has even proven to be true in these experiences that we've heard about here. Uh, uh, Schools and the community, connecting them to school meals and health. It must be a social commitment in order to achieve a new way of living. I think that at the end of the day, this pandemic has shown us also how unsustainable our development models really are. And we must pay attention to this. But now, what priority should we address immediately? Well, I think that the closure of digital gaps, reconsidering digital connectivity as a global public good, hopefully free of charge and of good quality, because we continue to see major gaps between cities and urban and rural areas. So we need to invite governments to close this digital gap quickly. And second, school dropout, attrition. What regions are being most seriously affected by this attrition and how to support them and support their families? And there is no doubt there is a socio emotional support that is necessary. We've seen the impact of the disappearance of primary and secondary caregivers for these girls, boys, and adolescents. The figures are stunning. And so I invite you all. I think that what we need to avoid here is that this pandemic may become a silent crisis that affects so many girls, boys, adolescents, and young people that often have no voice, and that we're inviting them to have a voice. And that is why we've invited them to share what they think, what they're experiencing, so that they may become key players in this transformation. So, that, my dear Jan, I think that we have a lot of work to do ahead. You can count on ECLAC and UNICEF and UNESCO. And I would like you to know, Jan, Claudia, that ECLAC is at your service to address the integrality of the economic sector, economic players, governments, and also the private sector. Everyone must understand the how this issue is at the heart of the future of our population. So thank you all very much. And also we thank those who share their experience with us today, because this also reflects the diversity of situations in the region and that we as regional organizations are very attentive to help close these major gaps that affect our region. Thank you, everyone. And also thank you, Alberto and Daniela, because the job you have done has been extraordinary. Well, thank you very much, Alicia, for those words in closing. Uh, After what has been said by our ministers and vice ministers, the chat has been very active. And I know that ECLAC is been writing everything down. We apologize for going beyond our assigned time, but this session was so relevant and we will be working on in the next few days. So we apologize for going beyond our time, but it has been on account of a good cause. We will answer your questions and comments, and I'm very happy that face-to-face return has been a core issue of everything said today. I think that all the innovations that we've heard of will help us to enrich the region, make us stronger, more resilient. The democratization of education is a major issue, and this makes us very happy that you see it in this way, and you can count on us to wage on the generation of the future. Well, now we invite you to return at the next session at 3 p.m. Santiago time. So please The 350 that are connected online right now, please, we will continue talking about this and on adolescents and young people during the pandemic and inclusive secondary education. And as we've heard from Alicia, that the secondary the gaps in secondary schoolings are tremendous, and we need to close these gaps to implement a true transformation. So this session is for young people, adolescents. So we'll see you again at 3 p.m. And so thank you, Alberto. Thank you all very much for this excellent day. Thank you.
Aplausos a todos.
Hola, buenas tardes. Felicita Acosta, ¿me escucha?
Sí, ¿vos me escuchás?
Sí, lo escucho perfecto.
¿Se escucha bien?
Sí, la escucho perfectamente. ¿Me escucha
Bueno,
bien? ¿Perfectamente?
sí.
Sí,
Hola,
perfecto.
Felicitas.
Hola, Daniela.
¿Quieres probar tu presentación?
Dale. Espera que la vamos a poner.
Está perfecto.
Va bien, ¿no?
¿Sí?
Ok.
Está bien.
Ahí está.
Gracias.
Nada,
Nos vemos al ratito.
Dale, chao, chao.
Soporte audiovisual, ¿estás por ahí?
Hola. Hola a todos. No sé si hay alguien. Simplemente quiero chequear que se me
Hola
escuche.
Javier, se te escucha, ¿quieres prender tu
No
cámara?
no te escucho, Daniela.
Mm,
Ahí sí, ahora sí.
Ahí sí, ahora sí ya. ¿Y tu cámara la puedes prender?
Perfecto.
Perfecto, estamos bien. Gracias
Ya.
Javier, bienvenido.
¿Me escuchan o no? Javier. ¿Aló?
Te escuchamos Juan Pablo, hola,
Ya, voy
¿cómo
a cortar el
estás?
audio. Sí,
¿Quieres ver
bien,
tu
oye.
cámara? Ahí está, muy bien,
Estamos listos. Voy a
genial,
apagar.
ok.
¿Podríamos chequear la interpretación, por favor? Hola, hola, 1, 2, 3.
Hola, Pablo.
Hola, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás?
Bien, bien, ¿y tú?
Muy
Hola,
bien.
felicidades.
Vamos a comenzar, Pablo.
Dale,
Pablo,
empezamos.
hola, Javier.
Hola, colegas, ¿cómo están? Bueno, buenas tardes para quienes no estuvieron en la sesión de apertura. Me presento.
Good afternoon for those that were not in the previous session. We now have Felipe in Buenos Aires, now moving on with this regional seminar that is, we'll begin with our second panel. Here we will submit the results of a survey on high school in Latin America and the experience of young people in high school that was undertaken together with the UNESCO in Buenos Aires, ECLAC, and with the support of the Norwegian Embassy in Chile as well. The study was conducted between 2019 and 2020, and it discussed the segmentation of higher education in 3 countries in the region where it's compulsory, and it included a more in-depth study about the structures and institutional models in secondary education in 6 of those countries: Argentina, Costa Rica, Ecuador, Mexico, and Uruguay. And also, together with the Alliance of ECLAC, we surveyed the experience of teenagers and young people in high school structures that were diversified and in the same countries that we mentioned beforehand, where we held interviews, focus groups about access and the dropout, be it temporary or definite, of students. I am not going to dwell on the results of the study because that is something that the panelists will do, whom I will introduce to you in a second. I would like to very briefly share with you the reasons for this survey, which are connected to the fact that high school continues to be a fundamental aspect in the educational agendas of Latin American countries. Now, why is this? Well, there is a redefinition in terms of the educational reforms over the past 2 decades approximately in order to include this level as part of the mandatory compulsory school cycle. And as an effect of this change, we see a rapid expansion of enrollment and the number of students gaining access in some cases to secondary education. Now, this second point led to a reconfiguration of the educational area because social sectors that did not gain access historically to that sector because of poverty, indigenous populations, and so on, but they have all gradually joined the high school classrooms, and therefore many of the social problems that were left out of high school are now form part of their day-to-day life. And the coming into force of the different sustainable development objectives in 2015 positions high school at the very center of the educational agenda. It is worth remembering that goal 4.1 of SDG 4 proposes that by 2013 all people in primary and secondary education that must be free of charge and quality education and leading to adequate results. It is important to mention that this goal reached Latin America when most countries were already undertaking major efforts aimed at universality in high school. In 2015, all secondary school students formed part of 13 of the 19 countries in the region, and in another 5, it was compulsory, and that is and that means that the region is has one of the longest compulsory education. Now, despite all the laws and the reforms, the educational statistics for high school in Latin America, it leaves a lot to be desired. For example, on average, we find a rate of 59.5% of graduation, and you can find this data in the virtual observatory of the IPES informational center. It's important that the framework that positions high school as mandatory and universal changes the states in the region to supplement a right which is still very far from becoming a reality. And this does not only mean that people must conclude high school, but also reach the objectives of learning objectives. And this involves resources not only in terms of financing, but also in terms of educational inequalities, distribution of the supply, common knowledge, conditions for schooling, experience, among others. But also when we face this partial redefinition of high school education, which falls within the compulsory educational cycle, this forms part of the right to education. And that is why we can ask ourselves, are these structures coherent with the objective of supporting education and offering learning opportunities that are equal for everyone, because these structures perhaps promote segmentation and discrimination. And it is clear that high schools must have a functional task and also become a source of real information, a common platform on the part of educational social inclusion and the right, the guarantee of rights. So the question is, of course, how to achieve this. I am sure that our colleagues will be able to provide us with interesting inputs, and that will help us to think about these issues. So now I would like to introduce the members of the panel. On the one hand, we have Daniela Trucco of Social Affairs of ECLAC, and Felicia Acosta, and she's a researcher of Universidad Nacional General Sarmiento in Argentina, and both will deliver a presentation on the results of this survey and some experiences of the users, of the students during the pandemic. And after that, three people, Javier González, Juan Suma, Juan Pablo Valenzuela from Universidad de Chile, and also someone from CECLAC. And now I would like to offer the floor to Daniela. Thank you very much, Pablo, for those introductory words about what we are going to submit to you today. Before we begin, I would like for everyone to share the screen. I would like to highlight that the origin of this study, I must thank Nestor Lopez, my colleague, who was in charge of the research area of IPES. And as Pablo said, we were thinking about the importance of high school education as a central nucleus for the development of our region, and therefore the importance of analyzing it. And thus we created a very important working group, and this was done in two phases, as was just mentioned by Pablo, that involved research work with secondary work, with interviews and with working groups at the level of experts and public officials. And during a second phase, we never imagined at that time that we were going to discuss during a pandemic with teenagers that had recently graduated from secondary education or who were at that time in high school. And we would like to especially thank Felicitas Acosta, who is the author of the regional study, with a lot of support of different researchers. She had to coordinate this phase during the pandemic with a whole series of researchers, and I invite you to read that document, which is available per country and also at a regional level. The next slide, please. So, I am not going to describe the phases in detail, but perhaps I would like to also mention a slide mentioned by Alicia this morning, and which highlights that education is a human rights. It forms part of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, and it is also fundamental in order to include equality, growth, and the participation of all people in society. ECLAC has for many years mentioned that secondary education is increasingly becomes a minimum to incorporate both of the dynamics of productivity increases as a result of sustainable development, and also to mitigate inequality and exclusion, which is essential in order to so that our societies can advance. The pandemic generates a delay in terms of the progress achieved in the past decades. During the past century, the mandatory nature of lower secondary education in Latin America and in 13 countries of the region has meant important exclusion. The fact that this expansion is a process that has taken time and it hasn't been resolved fully, as has been seen, um, because of the gaps that still exist, implies certain key challenges that will be aggravated because, as a result of the silent crisis that we have experienced. We must continue to make headway in terms of completing its expansion. There are major differences in the difference in coverage among countries in the region and also within countries in the region. And we need to have universal trajectories that are useful. The levels of inclusion have increased, but with tremendous inequalities, reproducing the structure of inequalities that exist within our region. And thirdly, the provision of an educational supply that guarantees social inclusion and educational inclusion with adequate levels of quality. This challenge is especially complex because it implies historical dynamics of educational systems in our region. And on top of that, the inequalities that I have already mentioned. And it is within this context that we find this study and the results that we will be sharing with you. Some researchers feel that the probability of completing high school will drop from 55 to 52% as a result of the pandemic. And those are very, very significant figures that illustrate how we are falling back in the progress that we had achieved in the past. On the other hand, I would like to say that Latin American countries went through tensions of high school with a different pace, and these specificities also have an impact on the shape of segmentation, and which is the center of the analysis of this study. First of all, we're dealing with a process that, as I mentioned, has recently been very long-winded because since the 70s we see sustained growth in terms of enrollment, but after 50 years we still do not achieve universality. And in the past few years, this expansion process has become slower. And we also see reforms geared towards more unified structures. In the 60s and 70s, through the inclusion of generalist cycles, and during the 90s via the expansion of basic education with policies of curricular renewal. Now, this has been traditionally organized in terms of disciplines in order to advance towards and we also common secondary school are geared towards specific groups such as rural education, bilingual education, and reaching alternative models that are more recent. We do not see comprehensive, large-scale models, and this has been sustained by the differentiation and selective band with this, and this is a characteristic of Latin America. And finally, the difference in countries with an early modernization shows that Latin America went through various forms of segmentation in the development of the supply when it comes to secondary education without the constant improvement of social inequality indicators, and therefore the public-private definition has a tremendous impact upon the shape that segmentation looks like in high school. The countries in the region have differences in terms of the structure of the supply of secondary education, and this is associated to the historical and social dynamics of each country. It is possible to distinguish 4 different types of structure in these integrated proposals. First of all, those where high school is structured as a joint cycle. After that, a second place for those systems that include secondary education as a lower secondary education as part of basic education. Thirdly, those that consider secondary education as a differentiated structure involving internal cycles. And fourthly, the systems where secondary education is organized into 2 differentiated structures, a basic and higher secondary education. In the analysis that was conducted about these aspects in the 6 cases in those countries that were mentioned at the beginning. They represent different structures and realities, and this evidenced the significant efforts that have been done in order to transform the supply towards a more inclusive secondary schools based on laws, the creation of new regulations, the development of specific programs, adaptation of curricular designs, and the creation of more flexible supplies.
But the analysis of the supply and interviews to officials have reflected that we still have segmentation mechanisms in education and in institutional differentiation. There are difficulties in access, but especially in the path followed and in what has to do with the social scope, with differentiating public, private, rural, urban, and gender issues. We know that these are data from before the pandemic, and probably they will be affected due to the crisis. But we hope we will soon have more updated data. But the information we have available from UNESCO right now in connection to these 13 countries that had compulsory secondary education, 8 out of 10 in the age range attend school. And even though there have been advances in some countries, these rates in the last 7-10 years have not changed very much. On the other hand, as I mentioned before, the socioeconomic variable seems to be the one that has the greatest bearing in the differences found. In the poorest quintile, the gaps are greater. And the lowest attendance to schools, like in Honduras and Mexico, would be due to economic inequalities, even though this is combined with gender issues and also with the area of residence. And in the rural areas, it's more difficult to attend. In other countries, there's also differences in the attendance if we compare the different income quintiles. The scattering of the data between the country allow us to see that there are different educational supply, and also that there are gaps that remain as time goes by. The distance between quintiles still seems to be a determinant factor. There is a tension between universalization and diversification. The cases studied reflect different strategies to approach the extension of the compulsory nature of education. We need integration, but we need diversification. On the one hand, we have the generalization of the supply, like in Argentina, Uruguay, Honduras, the generalization of the curriculum, in most of the cases at the level of lower secondary at least, the creation of a specific generalized supply for the rural areas, for lower and upper secondary education, like in Honduras, Costa Rica, Ecuador, and Mexico, remedial supply also when necessary. And the two first are a movement towards integration, but we also have a movement towards diversification. Secondary education recognizes different forms of segmentation: vertical segmentation through the creation of educational levels or stages, and horizontal segmentation through the institutional differentiation, types of schools, orientations, intra-institutional as well, and custom-made supply, like the case of offering flexibility. The study shows differences that happen based on different mechanisms. Some of them are the traditional mechanisms associated to where the school is geographically found, what kind of a secondary education you provide, to whom the school reports, admission tests, or concluding mechanisms. But there are new segmentation mechanisms that are related and that bring us to the need of a greater inclusion. I would like to stop with that, and I would like Felicitas to continue with the presentation and to share the experiences of adolescents and young persons in secondary education. As Daniela mentioned, Pablo, also the second stage, we do case studies where we have the school experience of young persons and adolescents, persons from the same countries that we were mentioning before. Just like in the first phase, we saw a tension between the norms that exist and the existence of traditional segmentation problems. In this stage, we focused on the materialization of supply diversification seen from the perception that students have regarding their own trajectories. We worked with 450 adolescents and young persons, and we spoke about the, diversification. We spoke about the limits of this, but also the possibilities. And we also spoke about the experiences that the young people had. The contribution of the experience of the students allowed us to realize which are the explicit manifestation of the diversification of the supply, but also to detect some implicit forms in which this happens. So we have two dimensions. The first one, we will speak about educational segmentation mechanisms associated more directly with the structure of the supply. And in the second part, those mechanisms that are more linked to how the policies are implemented and how they are translated into the experience of the students. If we take into account all these mechanisms, we identified some that we call hinges that at the same time create segmentation and support. We identified regarding the supply three things from the perspective of the students. This has to do with the differential with private supply. There could be three main points. Something that has to do with receiving greater care and attention, more respect, more knowledge in the private schools, more opportunities, because there's greatest knowledge in the private sector, and also there are important differences in the infrastructure and equipment that secondary schools have. So there are different kinds of knowledge, equipment, opportunities, more care, more attention. These are aspects that are mentioned regarding the private supply. And this has to do with the design of the supply. Now, if we speak about extension policies, we have some paradoxical cases. We have some supplies in the public scope that have a diversified curricular supply, but from the perspective of the students, this is not equally distributed. The second element has to do with the availability and access. Well, it depends on the area we're working in. Here, I would like to speak about the rural part from the perspective of the students. The proximity of the supply and the availability of transportation, for instance, determines the possibility of continuing schooling. This is not new. The expectations, and if we see the design of the policies, this is directly connected with the expectations of the students. The expectation is to continue to study, but the implementation of the supply is difficult because of the distances, because of isolation, and some students spoke about the social cultural differences that prevail in the rural supply. Even though the supply might increase, there are new effects that appear when we speak about rural education. This is seen in the case of Mexico, when the supply is circumscribed to only one possibility. there's only one schooling circuit possible. This is an example. It's like the telesecondary and tele-high school. That seems to be the only possibility in some cases. In the third place, regarding the structure of the supply, of course, we have positive appreciations regarding the design of that supply today. These appreciations or these evaluations, we find them regarding vocational education, where we have the classic evaluation and it is appraised because it leads to jobs, but we need to understand that we also have technical education that is different from high school. Sometimes there's a lower prestige for technical education, and this has to do with the social benefits in the case of Uruguay, and something similar happens with alternative types of education. Here, in terms of appreciation, and as a paradoxical case, we have the international high school in Ecuador as a part of the public sector supply, trying to provide education that is very important. Then we have other aspects, and we have more segmentation mechanisms even within the public sector. A second level regarding the supply, this has to do with the institutional experience. I keep
que emergen de los testimonios atravesando sectores y ámbitos. Incluso estas diferencias, como decía antes, se ven potenciadas por políticas educativas específicas. Aquí cabe pensar que en sistemas educativos como los nuestros, centrados todavía en la unidad edificio escolar como anclaje del contexto de transmisión, las condiciones materiales diferenciadas tienen efectos sobre la segmentación a nivel de la oferta institucional.
At the level of institutional supply.
And this is perceived in the trajectory of these authorities.
A second element
has
to
to
do with the selection mechanisms, explicit
mechanisms such as exams,
like generalized admittance, like in the case of Mexico, or in the case of other schools like Argentina.
And
these mechanisms distribute students
in accordance with institutions and also in accordance with different terms. Now, the differences in materiality, as we said, opportunity differences. Well, this type of access via exams
ways of access through exams,
direct the enrollment, of course, in
and
both.
in both, we have questions regarding how the schooling is given, and this has an impact upon subjects. For instance, you associate income with what in secondary education when we have precarious situations? Or what is the value of the admittance in secondary education when you have selection test biases? Which is the purpose of all this? How is the access in all this area? A third element, which is inherent to didactic aspects, has to do with the organization of studies. From the perspective of the students, there are different moments. We know which they are, but they persist. The key word in the students here is a shock, a clash. There's a clash between primary and secondary education because of the number of subjects, because things are more demanding, because there's a different pace, there are more subjects, the evaluations are different, the intensification of the classes, together with something that is perceived as a lack of interest, and this has led to a to drop out in some cases, and we know that this is due to segmentation. This happens in some students that are in catch-up processes and was seen in Uruguay. The last elements of the structure of supply, but more related with didactical aspects, has to do with the organization of the classes and the different processes of the professors, which are also perceived as an obstacle sometimes. Here we have historical aspects like the criticisms that students do to studying through memory only, the lack of relevance of the contents, the lack of development of an analytical way of thinking, and the obstacle that this might imply to continue their studies in institutions that have another type of cognitive demand like the universities. We know this and the students perceive this. This is very much associated to the style in which each teacher teaches. This is a problem which is not new, but is key. That is, how do we regulate styles of teaching so as to ensure a common supply, like should be the case, and how to have a compulsory, totally compulsory system. But the combination between these ruptures, these clashes, these differences, together with the different styles, not all of them aimed towards a certain type of significant learning, have a negative impact upon the access and continuity of the trajectory of the students. Then we speak about those elements that come from the way in which reality comes, how this can be translated in a supply that could lead to a segmentation.
In this sense, as from students, we would like to highlight two aspects. One of them has to do with the selection of schools and the relationship with segmentation. Of course, the compulsory nature of secondary education implies having a supply that is possible and accessible, but together with this, there's other factors that also exert an influence behind this. Behind this, there is a combination of factors associated to place of residence, of course, the availability of the supply, but above all, the history at school that parents have had and relatives have had in the past. And this appears also in urban areas. In Mexico and in Uruguay, the search for safe schools or safe access to school. These factors, we understand, can often operate as implicit segmentation mechanisms because they segment the institutional supply to what is accessible or to what is already known. And this could have a potential impact. Now, secondly, we also find in the reality of policies implicit economic costs of compulsory schooling, despite the fact that the supply is free of charge in the public sector. In most schools, high school involves a cost that families have to pay for. First of all, uniforms that appear in practically every single country that was studied. The books, likewise, and also these are traditional costs that are linked to ensuring the daily operation of institutions and that have already become naturalized, such as the quotas per class or parent cooperations, because they partly uphold the continuity of the institutions. And thirdly, with regards the reality of policies, we also find the persistence of violence. And the different types of violence in schools as from the perspective of students. And schools become spaces for insecurity, and this violence appear in classical dimensions related to inequality, gender equality, also in terms of ethnicity, but more recent violence also appears with sexual identities. Now, this violence refers to a historical dimension between the school function of homogenization and the specificities that imply opening up to diversity. And we know that policies, programs have incorporated devices in order to allow for this diversity, but the persistence of violence and in the perception of students still refers to how they are presented as obstacles to schooling, and they refer to the eruption um, that often lead to students dropping out of education. Now, in terms of expanding secondary education and doing this in a diversified fashion, as we said, this also implies an opportunity. And this is what in the study was identified as supporting elements. First of all, we found what we call the focus of support, such as inclusion policies mentioned by students, scholarships, but also the identification on the part of them in terms of institutional and didactical arrangements that encourage continuity in this trajectory. Participation in workshops and extra programmatic activities as a way to link between students and to link in a different fashion with teachers. This has been identified as a disruption of routine, which is tremendously motivating. Of course, we find either more classical supporting focuses such as support classes and mentorship. In some cases, and in Argentina, the space for youth education in schools is highlighted as a focus for support. It awakens specific interests and the construction of identity. Of course, as a focus for support, teachers there play a fundamental role, and they are key figures. There are very positive registries and also very negative ones. In general terms, the attributes that were identified by teachers that support has been identified in terms associated to the good teacher, as is well known, he that or she that possesses knowledge, respect, adequate treatment, commitment, interest for the student learning. These are all words that students express. And likewise, they also highlighted the importance of the family. And this is especially notorious during the pandemic. And here we have to reflect in the sense that beyond the text that students refer to, the expansion of the compulsory nature of this cannot be sustained on a factor where it has when it has no way of intervening. And in this sense, we can guarantee conditions for schooling. We mentioned scholarships, institutional supporting arrangements, and with regards to families, we would have to think about inviting them to join the school life and not to take this support for granted. And now, secondly, in terms of the supporting focuses and opportunities, we found a high evaluation of alternative and remedial modes. As we say, these crystallize understanding high school education through diversification, but they also operate as an opportunity. And we found two aspects mentioned by students in this sense. So one has to do with the issue of flexibility. This was mentioned by students, flexibility in order to combine with participation in the world of work, in terms of study times, flexibility in terms of assessments, and also flexibility in other aspects, such as clothes and uniforms. Another aspect that is also important in terms of these alternative modes is an environment of care, an environment of care which is translated into motivation. And this is also expressed in words used by students such as patience, time to explain, and good treatment and understanding. So we could think of this in terms of counting on others or others counting on their institution. In a student in a remedial school said, I was called to see how I was doing. I was ill, whether I was ill and whether I needed something, and that was very important for me. And this could bring the compulsory nature of high school to the sphere of rights. Now, with regards to the pandemic and experiences within the pandemic that were mentioned during the first session here, I would simply like to mention that beyond what has already been said, the fundamental aspect has to do with the expansion of the context of transmission of the pandemic. And now within this expansion, we find new problems, but we also accentuate or find the accentuation of old problems. And this is something that we shared in the testimonies of different students. There are problems in terms of continuity, which are not new, but which become aggravated and strongly related to apathy and to lack of motivation. There is also problems in terms of access, and in this sense, the response is perceived as a very diverse and individualized. In other words, teachers that have responded in accordance with their possibilities, students have become organized in accordance with their possibilities, and as has been mentioned, the result refers to the amount of these types of resources. The greater the amount of resources and capabilities, the better the response. Now, once again, we find here we see the idea of the teacher as someone that provides support, and in what this implies is that when we think about how this becomes materialized, and in terms of the compulsory nature of high school, the pandemic evidences the limits of schooling, especially in terms if the material aspects are precarious. And also the pandemic highlights the importance of supporting figures such as the teacher, but in terms of the readapting to change scenarios. And that is something that we will refer to now. Now, what are the conclusions and to think about the direction that educational policies should move towards? In Latin America, it took practically 40 years to achieve the complete profession in primary education, and this in countries that had first reached that level, that education level. Secondary education seems to follow the same pattern, but this cannot be expanded today, given the pace of economic, productive, technological, and social changes of today's world. And the pandemic has highlighted the need to make these changes. Both parts of the study have evidenced that upholding the extension of secondary education based on the diversification of supply implies an effect on this segmentation. However, the study also evidences mechanisms that segment because they install an opportunity. Now, what recommendations then emerge when we review the regulations and in this social supply? First of all, we feel that we think about the changes of secondary education with the existence of some historical aspects. In this sense, the recommendation is to think and to promote more integrated structures, restricting the entities for the selection of students of non-selective schools. And that means that at the end of the compulsory nature, the segmentation in terms of discipline, in terms of the institutional arrangement to learn from alternative modes, flexibilities, and especially those linked to schools, to treatment. Secondly, the integration of policies for teenagers and youth And this has often been mentioned and done in many of the countries in our region. Schooling seems to be one of the few policies to cater for young people and teenagers that is sustained over time. And that means that it falls upon the school and upon educational systems this falls upon these systems, and therefore we need comprehensive educational policies and the incorporation of other elements that distribute these policies and not simply schools. And in this sense, we need to add onto the school other distribution entities in terms of resources and so on, sports centers, technological centers, that type of thing. And the pandemic has evidenced that the digital world constitutes a distribution unit that could be feasible, especially, and these are all aspects that need to be taken into consideration. Thirdly, of course, we need to align opportunities that lead to conditions for schooling. We need to start to assess models in terms of citizens incorporation for students, aligning that with the possibilities of these types of programs for entry into the labor world or for continuing into higher education. And the idea is to accompany this with monetary resources, access with a longer term perspective than what is presently offered by a scholarship. On the other hand, we need to articulate with other specific aspects such as transport, and not only in rural areas, but also in urban areas. And of course, the classic aspects of schooling, such as equipment and presently connectivity and the presence of computers. Fourthly, the adequate material conditions that we have said implies or makes a big difference for students. The idea is to think of an optimal formula that can be sustained over time, because recent experiences reveal that the designs of supply which is equipped cannot be guaranteed to the whole population. And we need to rethink about public investment in secondary education and combine this with other, this transition with secondary education, diversify functions, and so on. And we need to facilitate transition in terms of cycles. We must also think about doing away with schooling in terms of the offer of high school education. And this implies reviewing the teacher training, and we need to think about training secondary education teachers to establish other capabilities, such as the capability to provide attention, good treatment, patients, that, as expressed by students, and also to professionalize the support roles.
To conclude, these are the studies that have been published. You can see them on the screen. And this encourages us to think that comprehensive policies for adolescents and young persons, together with better material conditions, with less exclusion, could move towards a more equitable platform and towards eliminating the differences. We need a systemic offer, more comprehensive offer, more integrated offer. We need an institutional proposal that is less homogeneous. We need to take advantage of all the possibilities available, like new technologies. This could help to have a better education with better density. We could make knowledge circulate in a better way, and also we could put an end to the invisibility that students suffer today. This means discussing again the role of the teacher and discussing other ways of teaching. And we can think about that according to the different tranches of secondary education. Maybe the players would not be the support, but the supply itself. in a sense, this could mean that what today is an exception could become something normal, this aspect of having a compulsory common possibility. And we want limits to become a possibility. Thank you very much.
Pablo, no te escuchamos.
Thank you. I was saying that I thank you very much for your participation, for what you have shared with us. Now we will have the round of comments where three persons, as I said before, will discuss and comment what you have presented. Each discussant will have a maximum of 15 minutes to share their reflections, and my responsibility is to give them a warning when the 15 minutes are coming to an end. I will do this in the following way. When you start speaking, I will tell the three colleagues that I will turn off my camera, but I will turn my camera on again when there's 1 minute left. So I would like to invite Javier Gonzalez to present his comment, valuing diversity in contrast to the persistence of discrimination, stigmatization, and prejudice. Javier, please, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Pablo, and thank you to all the attendants. Thank you to ECLAC, UNESCO, IEP, and everyone that's made this possible. I think that the study is very relevant for today, for this historical moment of Latin America, where Latin America is trying to attain a coverage as universal as possible with its secondary education and guarantee the right to education. This is a demand that comes from the streets of Latin America. So I believe this is very, very important. I think that the study provides evidence to support this. I would like to congratulate as well the whole team that did the study, and I would like to congratulate you for including the voice of the adolescents. What I would like is to add something to this perspective. I would like to speak a little bit about the difficulties we have in the schooling system, especially secondary education. The difficulties we have to guarantee the right to education to everyone without exception. And that is the title of the report that we elaborated between SUMA and UNESCO. It was the first report following Goal 4, the GEM report from 2020, based upon inclusion. The goal is to understand what happens with our education in terms of lack of inclusion. We know that the pandemic left 170 million students out of the schools. We don't know how many will come back. This report shows us that the likelihood of concluding secondary education will drop from 56 to 42%, with a drop of 20 percentage points in the poorest. We know that that is those who can't make it. But in Latin America, we know that it's not only a matter of attending to schools, because many of those that go to school, as PISA says, at 12, 15 years of age, don't understand what they are reading. So what happens beyond averages in a Latin American world, in a reality where much of the Gini progress and poverty progress have been reverted in the last period of time. So I would like to share with you some results derived from the YAM report, which was drafted jointly between UNESCO and SUMA in 19 countries, and with 29 studies for 8 special groups that go beyond averages, that are in the margins. This is what the ECLAC report invites us to think about. because it shows us this parallel pathway. So what happened at the margins? So we focused in migrants, in the disabled, LGTBI, in the rural areas, in the poverty situations, those that come from ethnic minorities, those that are not free. This is, or are in prison. This is, we saw from different perspectives, parents, communities, school, legal, etc. I would like to point out just some points. I only have 11 minutes left. First, we still need a lot of data. We have very little data to understand diversity in Latin America. We have made progress in the 80s. Only 6 countries included questions regarding ethnic origin in their censuses. Today, all the countries of Latin America include data on ethnic minorities in their censuses. Questions from the group of Washington are included more and more to measure problems of disability, but many countries in Latin America still do not collect data regarding boys and girls with disabilities, not to mention LGTBI, prisoners, etc. That is like a warning regarding the data. We've got to make progress. And I think that there, ECLAC and UNESCO can do a lot of work. So first, regarding the legal framework, we have made progress as a region in inclusiveness. 60% of the countries today in Latin America have laws that define or include a definition of inclusiveness in education. Internationally, this is quite high. For instance, regarding disability, 95% of the countries have some kind of law that tries to protect the education of persons with disability. But nevertheless, 42% of these laws still perceive education in a segregated way. 42% of these laws provide that education should be separated in special schools for those who have disabilities and not integrated in the system as a whole. Now, regarding the financing, this is to give you some information. Regarding financing, there are good news. We spoke about the material conditions. On the one side, Latin America has increased its expenditure in education from 3.9 points of the GDP upwards, and that clearly shows there's been a progress. Also regarding the prioritization of social expenditure from 13 to 16.5 in the same period. So there is a prioritization, there is a greater effort. Now, in terms of amount of resources, we're still falling short. Data show that up to $8,000 per student a year are necessary, but most students are under $3,000 per year. And Argentina, which is not one of the poorest countries of Latin America, this is translated into low salaries, and this creates an employment problem. Over 45% of the teachers in Argentina work in more than 3 schools or more. 45% of the teachers in Argentina. That has a pedagogical impact because the teachers are rotating between schools, the possibility of planning well, of giving feedback to the students. Well, you can realize it becomes very difficult. The lack of resources is also translated upon conditions like lack of electricity and water, but also we have inclusion problems. Jamaica, we see it in the study, 24% of the schools, barely 24% have access ramps, and 11% of the bathrooms have the necessary facilities for access to persons with difficulties in displacement. In case of prisoners, in El Salvador, the youngsters who are in prison without freedom receive 53% less financing than the financing received by the students in the regular system. This is contradictory because in the case of El Salvador, many belong to Amaras, and so what happens is that they need more support to be able to develop. This is just some scattered data regarding financing. Regarding governance, the study shows that in Latin America, there is a greater integration in horizontal collaboration between the ministries. But COVID has stressed the collaboration between the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, Labor, Social Development. So we realized about something that was obvious, but COVID made it more evident, that the school is a place where you not only learn, but you receive your vaccines, your food, your social and emotional development. So that horizontal collaboration between ministries is key from the point of view of governance, but also vertical collaboration. We see that there are some interesting cases, like the case of Brazil, a federated country where the FONDEP reduced by 12% inequality between municipalities. So when you have an articulation regarding governance, you have something that is very important for inclusion purposes and in order to reduce inequality between the different levels of government, in this case, different municipalities. Something that worries us in the region and that is mentioned in the study has to do with privatization. In Latin America, we clearly need to consolidate the role of the state and public education. Latin America, beyond any ideology, is a region, the more privatized region of the world. If you take the percentage of students that study in private institutions in primary and secondary. In primary or basic education, we are the more privatized region in the world, and secondary education, we have the first or second place. And we have about 20% and we compare with sub-Saharan Africa. And this is an impact upon segregation, the segregation of the system with negative effects. What the studies show, and we have different kinds of evidence, if we look at this type of privatizations and this type of governance schemes that generate competition between schools do not really generate better results.
Worsen integration.
They do worsen.
They, however,
the
worsen
social
integration and with all types of students, and also with students with disabilities. Now, just to conclude the last two issues, because I only have 3 minutes left, two important issues, adaptation of the curriculum and school texts in Latin America for the sake of inclusivity. And this, again, is related to everything that the ECLAC study showed, the lack of capacity on the part of the system in order to adapt to the interests and needs of young people. Now, with regards to curriculum, we find that indeed we need to continue to acknowledge different types of knowledge. In Suriname, only 4% of the population in one of the biggest districts speaks Dutch. However, the native languages are only provided for 30 minutes a week as multilingual classes, and the rest is provided in Dutch, despite the fact that most of the population do not speak that, and this is quite dramatic in certain parts of Suriname. The curriculum can often impregnate stereotypes, so to speak. In a study that was conducted a few years ago in Chile, this showed that out of every 5 men, there was 1 woman in history textbooks. And in the case of women, the feminine figure closely linked to domestic type of tasks. And we need to adapt to different contexts. In Latin America, for example, 30%, and this was in a study conducted in 8 cities, 80% of young people that are in prison in the care of the state, who are not free, of course, but need to enjoy education, do not receive education, and they are in the care of the state. They don't enjoy the right to education. In terms of sexual identity, we know, of course, that there is a lot of controversy in the region, even on the part of the maximum authorities of certain countries. In the past few years in Peru, Ecuador, Brazil, and so on, problems of that nature have arisen, and therefore the behavior of both students and teachers responds to this type of prejudices. For example, data shows that countries such as Chile, Brazil, Peru, Mexico, more than 2/3 of young people that are LGTBI have had their rights violated, and this happens on the part of teachers. When students are asked, it is not students that violate their rights, but teachers that violate their rights, and therefore we also, with regards to curriculum, resources, texts, and supporting technologies for special needs in Haiti and Peru, less than 10% of people that are hard of hearing have enjoy some type of technology for this. And therefore, again, what we find, if I'm able to summarize this in such a short period of time, is that this is tremendously complex. And finally, and I think that Pablo has already turned the camera on, so I'm running out of time. I would like to conclude with a final reflection with regards to teachers, who, of course, are the main pillar of all educational systems. In order to make them inclusive, we needed to train and especially to support our teachers more. Today, we clearly need to prepare teachers. Let us remember that 21% of teachers in Latin America do not even have a title. 21% that do have 30% have obtained that university title online, and therefore we clearly need greater training. At the same time, we need greater specific training. For example, our study shows that over 40% of teachers in Brazil, Colombia, and Mexico, they themselves report that they lack training in order to adequately cater for students with special needs. And finally, as mentioned beforehand, the idea is to train training in disciplinary terms and in generic terms. This is an issue. Well, let's see, I'll put it this way. The educational system so far has moved towards assessment, towards accountability, and we have failed when it comes to balancing that with supporting and training devices. And that is what we must remediate if we are to make progress in terms of inclusion. And therefore, the main challenge, and this is also important because these are words, and this is how we define it as from SUMA and as from UNESCO. The idea is to acknowledge and to value, but primarily to build based on diversity. So thank you very much for this invitation. Thank you, Javier. The emphasis on inclusion that you have done in your presentation seems to me to be very interesting. And indeed, I was thinking while you were talking about how much of the data that you showed derive from last year's report. And what happens with that report happens with many of the studies that are conducted in the region. They are so rich, but we never extract all the data that they contain. We never get everything that we can obtain from them. And I am fully convinced that one of the responsibilities that we all have as international entities, and not only us, but all the institutions that create knowledge, such as yourselves, perhaps the idea is not only to produce knowledge, but also to improve the process of dissemination of that knowledge so that it can more adequately reach decision makers. That is a change that we're implementing in IEP as from next year. But I believe that that is a pending task. Now we'll move on to the second commentator, and that is Juan Pablo Valenzuela from the University of Chile, who will deliver a presentation on urgent considerations for educational inclusion in the prolonged crisis. Please, Juan Pablo, you have the floor. Thank you, Pablo. Thank you for this invitation to participate in the seminar. I would like to say that the presenters have wanted me to focus on some of the aspects because they have already mentioned some of these aspects, and they have asked me to focus on learning in terms of the right to secondary education and the experience of Chile. And so that is what I would like to say from the very onset so that we can understand the focus of this presentation. Given this requirement, I would first of all like to say that the work of Acosta and Truco is very valuable because it has to do with the analytical work conducted in secondary education with statistical aspects of the analysis of educational systems, and all this is supplemented with the voice of students who provide us with certain very specific shades in terms of the relationship between the countries that were analyzed, the focuses, and also in terms of the students' voices, in terms of the priorities that they have for inclusion and the mechanisms and strategies for these systems that as the authors mention, has a framework in terms of differentiation and also in terms of comprehensiveness and homogeneity. So it seems that these are not two faces of a coin, but rather two elements that are linked. And as I say this, they end up by saying that this diversity implies certain segmentation, but part of the segmentation is also a response to the right to education. And what I will mention is the experience that she is commenting in her conclusions about are very relevant for Chile. And this might be interesting, this improvement in coverage, because as mentioned by Pablo, the average for Latin America is 59% of students that graduate their secondary education. And in the case of Chile, that figure is 85%. And therefore, when one looks at the discussion of this and what the authors have mentioned, the increase in coverage in Latin America that we have experienced over the past few years has been closely linked to this segmentation of these trajectories. And also new alternatives for segmentation rather than inclusive mechanisms. And therefore, what we have is a challenge in terms of achieving coverage, but also in terms of how we integrate all students to this. And the second conclusion is that there has been a priority effort in terms of access, but not necessarily in terms of ensuring the right. We still have a very high percentage, around 40%, that do not conclude their secondary education. Therefore, I would like to highlight those two aspects because I will focus on those 2 points in the case of Chile. In Chile, and this is not very different to what the authors mention about traditional mechanisms, about the public and private components, the scientific and humanistic components. But I would say that there are 3 very essential elements. So one is the issue of selective versus non-selective schools. Until very recently, and I'm talking about the reform that dates back to 2015, we only just began to do away with the selectivity of these schools that received a state subsidy. 93% of Chilean students go to schools with public financing, and what was allowed was for schools to be selective and an attribute of school owners. And the second element, and the very specific case in the case of Chile, was charging or not charging beyond the 7%. We find this component of being able to charge in private schools that receive state funding. And a third element that is very relevant and that exists in other countries, but which was not highlighted in the report, is probably and is perhaps an essential element, is the alternative of adult education. In the case of Chile, between 15 and 20% of the students in secondary education involve adult education. And this is not an adult education system, but rather most of them are young people. 50% of students are 18 years of age or less, and 2/3 are younger than 21 years of age. So this is a very powerful element, and a very high percentage of secondary education among youth involves this. This data dates back to 2015, and therefore Chile over the past few years has put a special emphasis in terms of this coverage and in terms of this access to secondary education. And the idea is to work with these two modes that the authors mentioned, both in terms of integration and also in terms of segmented alternative modes. In terms of integration, very quickly, I would like to mention an important element. There has been a reform that has taken place over the past 10 years in order to provide more financial resources with great flexibility to schools that cater for vulnerable students and and with an important management component. And this component has had a very relevant impact upon the drop in the two indicators. First of all, repetition and school dropout rates. In the case of high school, we have reduced both indicators by 50% in terms of secondary education. This is a tremendous achievement, and it reveals a trend of 7 or 8% of secondary students in 2010 repeated, but just before the pandemic, this was reduced to 3.5%. And during the pandemic, that was reduced to 1.9%. In other words, we're talking of close to 75% reduction in terms of repetition and in terms of school dropout rates. So this is very important because we find a 50% reduction in this period. And this means that a tremendous percentage of students are graduating on time without repeating and in the regular system. And this is a tremendous achievement where in areas of greater poverty, and this also impacts gender. This is a very important change element. However, there are important changes in 2020. In the year of the pandemic, we modified the protocol related to repetition. When we look at case studies, we find that 3,000 schools that provide high school, we find hundreds of cases that have reduced to practically zero, to very low levels of repetition and dropout rates in very short periods of time, a 4 or 5% drop. So there is a change in management. And what attributes is it that we find? Well, some that are very relevant and that should be shared. First of all, placing students at the very center. Collaborative work within establishments and small actions that gradually imply the establishment of a practice that become institutionalized, and that is improvement based on data that is very relevant, and monitoring and the design of specific goals to be accomplished. And this comes across very clearly in our case studies, and this same experience is replicated in the case of school owners. For example, in the year of the pandemic, we had a reduction in an educational authority, and they were able to reduce dropout rates by 70% between 2019 and 2020 in the context of high complexity. And in this context of complexity, they reduced to 0.1% of dropouts in a year. And a specific local authority also experienced a reduction to less than 1% in certain sectors. And this involves a very relevant management component. This is very relevant when it comes to clues about learning and in terms of how we share those good practices. But in addition to this management focus, alternative modes, not only in terms of inclusion in the regular system, but also alternative modes are important. Why? Because we find that approximately 5% of students attend these schools, but most of them are young people, adult education, and the curricular design is quite restricted. It is geared primarily to certain classical competencies or skills, a certification in order to conclude their primary education and their secondary education, often linked to their employability, and the financial resources that are provided to these modes were minimum in the past. And whenever there were innovating components, they were based on strategies where funds had to be submitted to a context. And a new mode has been approved aimed at young people so that they can re-enter the school system, those that have dropped out, and that and this has to be a diversified design, but with a high quality standard that will enable a relevant partner to re-enter via mechanisms that have been especially designed in order to include and adapt in strategic terms the supply of education so that they can gradually be re-established in the regular system. And if they don't have that, that these be re-entry establishments especially designed in order to have high quality standards and with a high flexibility component and with a design which involves the diversity of deschooling. We're not only talking about the curriculum of the disciplines that we need to develop for skills, but the idea is for them to be reinserted with greater ease, and therefore this mode is clearly makes a lot of sense. And in my last minutes, I will refer to elements that have generated these changes. So, well, there's been a relevant focus at a national level of school owners, but also of each establishment in terms of what is strategic and relevant, and not only in terms of rights, but to achieve this via the reduction of repetition and dropouts. There is increasing evidence, which is highly shared in Chile, about the negative medium, short, and long-term effects that this has, and at the same time sharing these aspects, the risk factors and the mechanisms from the viewpoint of being able to revert that situation. As mentioned beforehand, these are effective strategies so that within establishments, these changes actually take place, a concept that has been installed, and that is a positive school trajectory. In other words, a right for students to continue and to have territorial information mechanisms that are effective about each one of the students in our country. In the case of Chile, we have an increasingly smaller number of young children, and therefore that component has been very important. And thirdly, the management of information. Early warning systems, centralized information systems, the management of information that Chile has, processing that and providing that to schools, algorithm systems that enable us to identify students that are that suffer greater risk, establishments with greater risk, and also systems that enables us to have a very specific monitoring system, and therefore data science at the service of effectiveness. And also in terms of the interinstitutional level, there has been tremendous collaboration. We now have an observatory of school trajectories who are obtaining the best practices in various universities and research and centers, so that we could place at the very center the issue of learning and to collaborate with establishments and school owners in the development of capabilities. A second component, in addition to this, is institutional changes that will be evidence in the next few years. A highly segregated system, highly differentiated system in socioeconomic terms, despite the fact that the socioeconomic impact upon learning opportunities is not greater than the average of what the OECD has. With data that 2018 data, what Chile has achieved over the past few years is that that there is no payment on the part of parents, and also doing away with selectivity. And the last point, Pablo, has to do with this component of the right to education. It is not enough for boys, girls, and students to be within the school system, for them to conclude their secondary education, because we face a gigantic quality challenge. And just to mention, to put into perspective the issue of quality for the case of Chile, 2 out of every 3 students in second grade, because the challenge has to be tackled, has to be faced up very early on. And what is important, and therefore the challenge of secondary education has to be very advanced in primary education. And 60% of children don't understand what they read in the second year. And many children don't have minimum levels of science, reading, and mathematics, and they're on the brink of continuing with their educational level. And this was what is fundamental of the past 10 years is that labor productivity has not increased.
Thank you very much, Juan Pablo, and thank you for this presentation that deals basically with the secondary education in Chile. Chile is a pioneer country in extending the compulsory nature of secondary education, education up to a certain level. Well, for what you said, I would like to underline that tension, that stress that exists in secondary education, but also in other areas. What we have there are the 2 aspects: ensuring access and segregation. We have all the need for planning, for the planning of learning. These tensions that exist that you have mentioned, wouldn't it be something that makes universalization of secondary education difficult in Latin America? Because the temptation of the countries of any educational system will be, if the project is to turn things into something universal, I try to do that, but in a more formal way. In other words, we need to guarantee the learning that should be achieved by when you conclude the secondary education. Well, we will have a Q&A period afterwards, and probably we can discuss this later on. But let's move on now to the third and last presentation of today. I would like to ask Mr. Vincenzo Placo from UNICEF LACRO to take the floor. He will speak about successful alternative education programs for adolescents with unfinished educational trajectories. Enzo, please. Thank you very much, Pablo, colleagues. It's a real pleasure for me to be at ECLAC today. It has been a privilege for the regional UNICEF office to participate in the work presented by Daniela and Felicitas, and it is a privilege for me to discuss it. I would like to go back to some of the conclusions of the main presentation, and I would like to base my comments upon an additional study, an additional reflection that we've made from the regional office of UNICEF regarding alternative education. And I would like to speak basically about Felicita's conclusion when she said that we need to promote more integrated structures to offer equal opportunities and to ensure material and institutional conditions for in order for students to be able to conclude their secondary education. We believe that educational inclusion of adolescents in our region, but also in other regions, requires everything that we have said. We need to improve the quality, the relevant, how pertinent the education is, but it also requires strengthening non-formal education with the purpose of offering to the millions of adolescents that before COVID had dropped out, and those that have dropped out during the COVID, we need to help them have reinsertion possibilities to come back to the formal education system, or to go to find a job with certificates that are equivalent to the ones they would have obtained hadn't they dropped out. The thing is that non-formal education implemented in the region in the last years, in most of the cases, have been isolated efforts. So we've seen a great complexity in the first presentation and in the comments regarding the educational situation of our country, worsened by the situation of the COVID pandemic. We have to think about comprehensive public responsive, large-scale, sustainable, that are focused towards adolescents and young persons and that are right for their diversity. And now I would like to give some details. But before, those who participated in the opening session this morning, you won't think that this is a surprise. Well, no one will think this is a surprise. We've all seen this from our own perspectives, how our region has been affected strongly from an educational point of view, with the longest closure of schools and with effects that have been important for boys and girls and adolescents that had problems already before the pandemic. I won't repeat some data that have been mentioned already in the previous comments, but before the pandemic, we already had 10.4 million adolescents that were out of school. Let us say 3 million or so for lower secondary education and the rest ready for the upper secondary education. We expect that dropout levels in secondary education will increase as a result of COVID-19. And we know that populations that have been traditionally excluded, as mentioned by Javier and the GEM report, are the ones that will suffer the worst consequences. Indigenous adolescents, Afro-descendants, adolescents with disabilities, adolescents that are migrating, and refugees. So on the one hand, we have to think about solutions in the midterm that prevent dropout of adolescents. And we've seen that in the previous presentations, but we also need to act in the short term to be able to reinsert or allow the reinsertion or allow a certified transition and a dignified transition to the labor market for those adolescents that are already out of the schools. The document that we have prepared and that we will be presenting in the coming weeks on alternative education is based upon three key aspects: the identification and prioritization of the focus groups, the target groups. The adolescents are a very heterogeneous group in the region, and so we need to identify the needs, identify the specific needs of each one of those groups, and prioritize the goals according to what we identify. It is also necessary to identify the existing gaps in the non-formal education offer that we have today. And we have to think about modifying the existing programs, or we have to think about new programs, completely new programs designed with from a holistic perspective, strengthening the national educational systems and allowing an integration between formal education and non-formal education in the countries. Allow that integration. When we to identify the target groups, we have on the one hand age. We have divided the group of adolescents in two age groups. One, the youngest adolescents between 10 and 14 years of, and then those between 15 and 19 years of age. Even though we have a common factor regarding the lack of educational opportunities, non-formal ones for these groups, we need to differentiate them by age, because the two age groups have different needs of personal development on the one hand, and different starting situations and different interests. For the younger adolescents, from 10 to 14 years of age, the possibility of going back to formal education is a more realistic possibility. For the older adolescents, the interest to go back to schools might be not so strong. So there we need interventions that will allow them to make the transition to the labor market in a dignified and certified way. The second variable is the level of schooling that adolescents had before dropping out. And of course, the solutions that we need to implement for adolescents that have not completed primary school or who have never attended will be different than what we need to implement for the adolescents that have not completed the lower secondary or that have dropped out before concluding the lower secondary education. And the third variable we've taken into account has been the time that the adolescents have spent out of their schools. If they've been out of the school for a short period of time, interventions will be different than if the period out of school has been longer. This analysis was done before COVID, and what we've seen in this last year and a half has forced us to work again on this study and to add to the variable time out of school, another variable that we call low intensity schooling or education, which is what adolescents have experienced during this year and a half. They've not necessarily been out of the school as we used to understand out of the school before. They've been registered in the educational system, but they have had a low intensity education, which on the one hand will mean they have less learning, and on the other hand will produce an increase in attrition. So when we intercross age, level of schooling, and time out of the schooling system, when we cross those three variables, we come to several groups of adolescents that will allow the countries to design responses specific to each of them. For instance, we think about the adolescents that have been out of school for a short period of time. Independently from age, they will need catch-up programs, remedial programs aimed at recovering short gaps, small learning gaps, which is what we can expect if they've been out of school for a short period of time, or catch-up programs when they've been just a month out of the school, less than 1 year. And the purpose for this group is that they can come back to the formal education as fast as possible. For the adolescents that have never come to school, we have to think about primary education, accelerated primary education that allows them to acquire the basic skills that Juan Pablo was mentioning in his previous intervention, and which will allow us to join the lower secondary education or to move on, also accelerate things and to move on to obtaining a certificate that is useful to join the labor market. For the adolescents under 15 years of age that have not completed the lower secondary education, the programs will be accelerated programs so as to allow them to do their transition and come back to secondary education.
Finally, for these students that have received low intensity educations, such as the ones that have experienced during the pandemic, the ones that will be graduating from schools, it is necessary above all. What is critical is to assess the level of learning that they will have in order to enter those alternative education programs, in order to think about catch-up programs in case their learning gap is less than a school year, or stronger accelerated learning programs in case the learning needs are greater. Now, based on this prioritization of groups, the conceptual framework that we are suggesting puts forward the idea of identifying improvement opportunities for existing programs, or the design of new alternative educational programs based on effectiveness factors that have been identified via the review of literature and via the review of existing examples. Many of the recommendations in that sense relate to some of the recommendations that emerged as from the report that we presented beforehand. For example, the link with the community. The evidence suggests that non-formal educational programs that are closely linked to communities, both in cultural terms and in terms of the origin of tutors and teachers, are more successful than those where the teacher is not linked to the reality of students, that these be programs that are flexible in terms of enrollment, for example, and that enable enrollment during the whole year, and also flexible timetables in accordance with the needs of students. Let us remember that many of these older students may have families and may also have a job, and therefore we need to adjust these programs to these needs, and also to include within the curriculum of these programs the fundamental skills, reading, maths, and so on, for those that have never attended school, but also to include this whole set of skills that can be transferred, socio-emotional, technical, and vocational, as mentioned by some in the chat, and digital also, so that at the end of the day, the experience becomes relevant, and that this lack of relevance in the content that we have seen in the presentation by Felicitas with regards formal education is not repeated, is not mirrored when it comes to informal education. And finally, this year has led to a lot of progress in terms of digital education. These digital solutions, and I see Pablo now, so I'm approaching the end, they have the possibility of being able to be used and adapted so that they can improve the quality of these alternative educational and non-informal educational processes, so that we can benefit from them in order to improve the quality of those programs, economic support for students, evidently in terms of scholarships, transport, daycare facilities for those that are parents. And the document, beyond the general recommendations that have been mentioned, also provides information about specific effectiveness factors in order to work with specific populations that have been excluded. Migrants, teenagers that have suffered violence, indigenous people, and teenagers that are disabled, and others. And finally, the document submits a whole series of recommendations, and I will conclude with this, that, as we have anticipated, identify diversities within the target group that we have. They articulate the formal alternative systems into one single system. So that this can facilitate the conclusion of secondary education, be it via a formal program or via informal programs that lead to certifications that are equivalent at the level of high school, and to improve existing programs or to design new programs based on evidence, but basically to have a strategic vision and to avoid short-term actions such as specific campaigns, and that enable us to develop those skills in a holistic manner. To put this or to express this in a way that is very dear to us in UNICEF, we believe that teenagers must have an opportunity to develop these sets of skills via multiple means, formal education, informal education, and also non-formal education in coordination with different stakeholders of civil society and of the private sector. Only if we are able to implement a holistic vision of education in secondary education, will we be able to achieve the objectives that we all seek, all of us sitting around this table. Thank you very much, Pablo, and dear colleagues. Thank you, Enzo. Undoubtedly, your vision is supplements the previous ones, and I would like to rescue from what you have said this idea of achieving sustainability, the comprehensive nature of these of this education. During the Q&A session, you'll be able to comment on this, but basically what it is that we can learn from these informal programs or remedial programs in secondary education in terms of flexibility, in terms of being closer to students, but not in order to maintain those programs, but rather to learn from those programs and to integrate those aspects to the formal or regular system. I don't know whether that is one of the ideas, but in any case, I believe that that is extremely interesting. And now we will move on to a general discussion. In the next 10 or 15 minutes, we will try to be on time. Now, for those that have asked questions in the chat, I understand that they are being sent to me. And just to be, please allow me to just say a couple of things. First of all, do not forget to answer the survey in the chat. You will find the link to the survey on this event, because it's very important for us to know how users of the event view this activity. And before we close, I would like you all to invite you all to take a picture of this event. And I would also like to thank all those that participated in this session, those that accompanied us via Zoom and via YouTube, and also invite you to connect to the next presentation that will start tomorrow, or Thursday at 11 a.m. Santiago time, about the educational agenda vis-a-vis the pandemic. So now we'll move on to the questions. And I don't know whether, let's see, Vincenzo, maybe you can begin process of taking those elements of non-formal education and to integrate that to formal education, or whether you were referring to maintaining them as non-formal programs. Thank you. That is a very good question. Perhaps we would need an additional seminar to answer this, but in principle, I am not referring to non-formal educational programs being absorbed by the formal system. What I'm referring to is to a continuity of both systems, so that both systems can talk to each other, and so that there may be different points for entry and exit and equivalent certifications between both systems. And that obviously implies or means that if the objective of those informal programs is the re-entry or the certification, that becomes a reality, and that we're not talking of two different systems that do not communicate, but rather that there be a continuity between both systems, maintaining the diversity that exists, because they were created differently for a reason, obviously. but that this permeability may exist between both systems, based, of course, on an equivalent certification system, so that if a child or teenager has to drop out of school for whatever reason, that person may be able to re-enter in the future if they so wish, after a non-formal educational program, or if older students are not able to complete their secondary education, as occurs in our region, that they may be able to gain access to non-formal educational processes that are not of a lower quality, but rather enable them to develop the skills that they need, and that enables them to obtain a certification that will in turn enable them to enter the labor market with a decent job based on that certification. And that, in other words, leaving or dropping out of the formal educational system may no longer have longer term consequences in the economic history or in the working history of these children. Yes, and that refers to the comprehensive nature of all this. I believe that there have been 2 or 3 questions related to the research itself. And so, Felicitas, these would be a couple of questions for you. I will read them. The first one says, well, did you identify the class position of the students that answered the interviews? That is the first question. The second one says, were you able to identify which elements of a neoliberal system, the precarious nature of the public schools and the strengthening of private schools had an impact on this? And the other question says, based on the recommendations expressed by Felicitas, were you able to offer a more comprehensive technical supply, a more homogeneous experience? How could we make progress in terms of policies and recommendations? Where do we begin? Felicitas, where would you like to begin? Thank you, Paulo, and participants for those questions. Before we discuss where to begin, I would like to say whether we identified the social class position of students. Well, what we tried was to account for the different schooling circuits of secondary education in each country, and therefore that was the criteria. After that, of course, what was done was to research the socioeconomic level of each one of the participants, especially to know how the sample was created, but not to establish their original socioeconomic level, but rather which circuit they were in. And with regards to the issue on the public supply and the existence of neoliberalism, well, that was not the focus of this study. For example, Chile was not within the case studies, which is an extreme situation in terms of the supply of private education and neoliberal policies. But as was mentioned, the effects of privatization, this is something that has made a lot of headway in the region, especially in the past few years. Bacheri studies and others reveal this clearly. And what we have included in the study, what we have identified, is that indeed the mechanism, which is the classical segmentation system between the private and public world, continues to be present because of the characteristics of the social structures and the inequalities of social structures. And so, therefore, this is associated. Perhaps this has been aggravated because of neoliberal policies, but this also has to do with structural situations and social inequalities. Now, in terms of where to begin with that set of recommendations, in the document we mention a few more precise ideas about how to make progress. We mentioned the need to, let's see, with regards institutional organizations, in terms of institutional arrangements, the idea is to focus on transitions and on the moments where students choose. International literature shows that the greater the ability for students to choose, there is a greater inequality. So when students are placed in a situation of having options and moving from primary to secondary, and in secondary from lower to higher secondary, this implies moments when when this common platform is weakened. So how to accompany in those transitions, which are necessary, because those transitions are necessary, for example, between primary and secondary and between different cycles, well, that is a place where we should begin. This is not new. There is a lot of experience that has been accumulated in terms of the support figures for these transition moments. And the idea would be to strengthen that.
I recommend to read about this as well. There are some recommendations about this. And as something that comes to my mind after listening to my colleagues and also through the questions and listening to what you said, Pablo, about the possibilities of the different countries, the first point would be to see how the problem comes about between segmentation and diversification, because here I think we have the responsibility of the states. It is the states that define the mandatory nature of education. So the first thing in terms of where do we start is through the states. They have to guarantee and they have to maintain that mandatory nature. And what comes to our mind, and this was mentioned by Javier, this has to do with not only financing, but investment. So with the levels of investment per student that we are having, as Javier mentioned, it is quite difficult to think about maintaining the compulsory nature of education. Also, Juan Pablo mentioned the re-entry possibilities. There's something that has to do with the intensity of the education and something that has to do with the experience, which is not satisfactory. So how to make it more valid? The international experience shows that the way of giving more meaning to secondary education is through common platforms. And here I think that the question for our region, or the issue for our region, is how do we define in Latin America what is common? What is mandatory is what is common. What is common is the basic education. If it is defined as basic, it's difficult to think about diversifying it. Basic should be common to all. So what of what is common could we diversify? And I think that there the new technologies offer more alternatives. And finally, I would also like to mention, after all what we have studied in the different institutions, we still have segmentation problems. So how to warn to the policymakers? How do we articulate between formal and non-formal education? How do we warn, given the international experiences and historical experiences, how do we warn about the possible effects of the segmentation? I think that there we still have a lot of work to do. Which are the places where we have social appreciation? The university continues to be the place for social appreciation. What leads to the university is what is prestigious, what has value, what is well accredited, and certificates. And now we have the sexual identities also as something that could generate even anger given to labeling persons. But I think that all these things have to do with the state. Thank you very much, Felicitas. I think your answers have been very clear. Daniela, if you agree, we can close. We still have some questions pending, but that shows the interest the subject has created. Maybe it is a suggestion to hold more meetings like this one. Daniela, I don't know if you would like to say something, or we take the picture first. Maybe I can say some concluding remarks. I would like to thank you all, and I would like to go back to some things we've discussed this afternoon. We've spoken about things that go beyond the contingency of the pandemic. We are called to make visible the axis of exclusion and segmentation. It's important to visualize that, and this study contributes to that. And also what Javier mentioned and Juan Pablo mentioned in the case of Chile. I think it's very relevant and pertinent. What this study offers is to identify the mechanisms that help inclusion and help facilitate the trajectories of the youth. What can we learn from the strategies? What can we learn from the alternative modes of education? How can we incorporate all that? How to have a more comprehensive system, as Vincenzo said? The bonds, the support, the strengthening of certain spheres like vocational training or adult education or alternative education. How do we ensure also not only processes to retain the students, but also to have the adequate quality levels in education? How do we make progress in the training of teachers that has been discussed so much in this chat today? We need to recognize diversity, inclusion, interculturality, and which competencies have become evident during the pandemic that we should discuss, like social emotional skills. This is something we're going to discuss tomorrow in the afternoon for those who are interested. And before concluding, I would like to mention as well, I would like to thank all the persons that have participated in this research that took us 2 years. I would like to thank very particularly my colleagues from the United Nations system, from the IEP. From the very beginning, we had Nestor Lopez, but also Fernanda Luna, Bianca Delfino. They supported us throughout the study. UNICEF, Vincenzo Blanco, who is here today, and Mariana. From ECLAC, we had Maria Luisa Mariño, and also the national studies and the researchers that during such a difficult period did field work and got the voices of the students in Argentina, Pedro Núñez, Victoria Seca, and Valentina Arce. In the case of Mexico, we had Mariana Castro. In the case of Uruguay, Laura Rivero and Ayala Vera. In the case of Ecuador, Isabel Patiño. In the case of Honduras, Germán Moncada and Keila Rivero. And in the case of Costa Rica, Mariana Castro. Felicitas, help me if I forgot someone. I think I'm missing someone. Mauricio González. In the case of Costa Rica, yes. And Felicitas and Tomás, who are present here, thank you very, very much. I think this is a big contribution. And now I ask you all to turn on your cameras to take a final picture, and I invite you to continue with us tomorrow.
Genial, muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Y gracias a todos los que nos acompañaron virtualmente conectados por...
Thank you to all of those that have been connected through Zoom and through YouTube. Goodbye.
Chao, chao. Felicitaciones.
Recording stopped.